Chapter 1320. Elder Ning. Which level does Lang Yilong go to every time he comes? Chu Yang asked, his eyes shining. The 4th level. Why are you asking about this? Ning Tianya asked in surprise right after he finished answering. So it's the 4th level. Chu Yang chuckled. Which direction does he come from every time? Which direction does he go into seclusion? Ning Tianya rolled his eyes. How would I know? Chu Yang was stunned. Ning Tianya said, this is the 5th great secret of the Pagoda Mountain. Everyone who comes to the Pagoda Mountain and beyond the 3rd or 4th level basically doesn't take the same path. In other words, everyone has their own encounters. It's very difficult for others to find the path that others have taken. There may be a section of the path that's connected, but there will definitely be a section that's the most different. Therefore, this mountain is also called the Path of Life by people in a small circle. It's because everyone's path is different, and the Pagoda Mountain is just like that. Chu Yang's heart shook again. The Path of Life. That's right. The Path of Life. Everyone's path of life was different. Perhaps there was a section that many people would repeat, but after walking through the section, it would also be completely different. In the world, since ancient times, no two people's path of life was exactly the same. Was this pagoda mountain a sign of something? What was it hinting at? The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that this mountain was actually path of life. Many people had left, and each of them had taken a different path. There was definitely no repetition. Some people lost their way. Even if they were supreme martial artists, they could only die in the place where they lost their way. How many people lost their way on the path of life? How many people couldn't find the path that they wanted to take, the path that they should take in their entire lifetime? There were really too many of them. At the thought of this, Chu Yang sighed and said, those who can come to this mountain, they're all experts, right? Of course, replied Ning Tianya. In that case, after these people came in, there must be many who died here and very few who could get out safely, right? Chu Yang asked again. Not necessarily. Ning Tianya said, those who died here. Of course, there were quite a few, but there were even more who got out alive. Oh, Chu Yang asked. Could it be that there were so many people who found their own paths? A wry smile appeared on Ning Tianya's face. Since ancient times, no one had ever done it. Many people went out because they were confused the moment they entered and lost their way. But while they were confused, they lost their way. And just like that, they went out in a daze. They don't know how to get in, but they also don't know how to get out. Everything is muddle-headed, and they don't know what to do. Such a person. They make up the majority. Ning Tianya said with a wry smile. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was really interesting. However, there were many such people in the world. The first generation was muddle-headed. He couldn't find his way. He rushed to the east and swayed to the west. Then he became completely confused. He did whatever he wanted and accepted his fate. Just like that, he reached the end of his life. The people who really died, and they were all people with firm beliefs in life. They all had a kind of ruthlessness that wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. Therefore, they persevered and climbed up, moving toward their goal. However, they were too stubborn. They only cared about moving forward and neglected everything else. Therefore, by the time they realized that they really couldn't go up and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Because they didn't leave a way out for themselves. Since ancient times, there haven't been many people who have been able to ascend and descend from this mountain in a clear manner. And these people were all extremely intelligent people, or very content with what they had. Take Yi Qin-chen, for example. Every time he came to go into seclusion for 3 years, he would always go to the same place. After suffering the first time, he didn't go to other places at all. After 3 years, he left the same way he came. Those who can achieve success on this mountain are all people like this. Ning Tianya said, that's not right. Yi Zue isn't someone who is easily content. But he can still come and go as he pleases, said Chu Yang. Ning Tianya snorted. You can come and go as he pleases from the 4th level and below? Besides, his goal is always on that level to find that sword. That sword is the highest goal in his life. With such a low goal, how can he get lost? After Ning Tianya finished speaking, Chu Yang suddenly looked thoughtful. He said slowly, "In that case, it doesn't make sense. Like you said, because people like Yi Chin and Lang Yilong aren't greedy. They always go and return the same way they came every time. People like them are too easily content. Since they are easily satisfied, or rather, lack the ambition to reach the peak, doesn't that mean that people like them will never be able to reach the peak in their lives?" Ning Tianya nodded and said approvingly, "That's right." Chu Yang said, "But you also said earlier that those who have clear goals and perseverance get lost one by one and starve to death. Didn't you say that those who have ambition, perseverance, goals, and perseverance also don't end up well in the end?" A sharp glint shone in Ning Tianya's eyes. He said slowly, "You misunderstood my words." "Absolutely," Chu Yang said. "If that's the case, then what's the use of us working hard all our lives?" Ning Tianya was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You're wrong. You still don't understand my words." This time, he didn't wait for Chu Yang to refute him. He continued, "What I said earlier was, they are too stubborn. They only care about moving forward and neglect everything else. Therefore, when they realize that they really can't go up and want to retreat, it's already too late." "Is that right?" Chu Yang thought for a moment. He said, "Yes, that's right. That's what I said." Ning Tianya got up slowly. He said, "Come with me. Let's go up." Chu Yang got up and followed behind Ning Tianya. He had just taken a step when his whole body suddenly felt as if it was struck by lightning. He felt a weight of 1,000,000,000,000 kilograms pressing down on him all of a sudden, so heavy that he couldn't breathe at all. With a thud, he sat down on the ground. Ning Tianya couldn't help but laugh. "I forgot that your current cultivation is still unable to withstand the heavy pressure on the 8th level of the Pagoda Mountain." He reached out and held Chu Yang's hand. With a gentle force, Chu Yang felt a warm force enter his body. Then he stood up. That terrifying feeling was no longer there. Ning Tianya held his hand and said dispassionately, "On the Pagoda Mountain, at the top of every level, one ascends to heaven with each step. How difficult is it to ascend to heaven? If it isn't difficult, how can one become a deity?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Following behind Ning Tianya, he walked forward. After walking for a few feet, he saw a fork in the road ahead where the clouds and mist were pervasive. Ning Tianya's footsteps were light. Pulling Chu Yang, he walked straight onto one of the paths. He turned a blind eye to the other forks in the road. After walking onto this path, Ning Tianya didn't look back. He kept walking forward until he reached the second fork. Then he walked in again without any hesitation. It was only when he reached the third fork that he stopped. "Let me ask you, how many paths were there at the first fork that we walked through?" asked Ning Tianya. Thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind. He said, "Of the 7 forks in the road, we chose one of them." Ning Tianya said, "Then what were the other paths like?" Chu Yang was flabbergasted. "I don't remember. How many paths were there at the second fork?" "It was still 7. I know it was 8. Was it the same as the first fork?" "It was different." "Where was the difference? Where was it different?" Chu Yang was stunned again. "Turn back and look," said Ning Tianya. Upon hearing that, Chu Yang turned back and saw that there was still a fork behind him. Standing among these small paths, Chu Yang actually couldn't distinguish which path he had taken to come here. "Which path did you take when you came here?" asked Ning Tianya. "This." Chu Yang tried hard to distinguish, but his memory was blurry and he couldn't remember at all. "If you want to go back and you're alone, which path would you take?" asked Ning Tianya again. Beads of sweat appeared on Chu Yang's forehead and dripped down. "Why aren't you saying anything? Have you forgotten your own path back?" asked Ning Tianya. "Don't you have a very clear goal? Aren't you very determined? Aren't you very ambitious to reach the peak? Why? You don't even know how you came here." Chu Yang was sweating all over. Ning Tianya's expression suddenly eased. Do you understand now? Chu Yang took a deep breath. I'm still a little confused. But this time, Ning Tianya gave him an approving smile in response to his confusion and said, Tell me about your doubts. Chu Yang said, I can't say it. In short, I'm very confused and frustrated. I don't know what to feel. I don't know where to go or where to stop. This shows that you still don't have a goal and perseverance. Ning Tianya sighed. Come, let's go back. This time, Ning Tianya took Chu Yang's hand and walked leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He seemed to have found a random path and stepped into it. Then he came out of the fork and entered the second fork again. When they reached the third fork, Chu Yang suddenly realized that they had returned to the place where the two of them were talking just now. Sit down, still sit in your original seat. That's where I cultivate in seclusion. You won't feel the heavy pressure. Ning Tianya smiled with his eyes narrowed. Chu Yang sat down as he was told and said, Please enlighten me, Elder Ning. Ning Tianya said somewhat mockingly, This is the first time I've heard you speak so respectfully to me. Chu Yang smiled dryly, because she truly felt that she had touched a door but didn't know how to open it. But Ning Tianya had already seen through all of this. Just based on this point alone, Ning Tianya deserved her heartfelt respect. Chapter 13:21 The Supreme Door to the Great Tao. Chu Yang was shaken by these words, but he unconsciously straightened his attitude even more. If even Ning Tianya said so, then it must be extraordinary. Unknowingly, Chu Yang also straightened his back. His ears perked up, fearing that he would miss out on a single word. Ning Tianya took in a long breath, and then exhaled a long breath. He sighed deeply and said, This is something that I've only comprehended recently. But even though I've comprehended it, I myself no longer have any hope of reaching the peak. Isn't that extremely ironic and lamentable? Ning Tianya's expression was extremely dejected as he sighed sadly. Chu Yang sat upright and didn't say anything. He just listened attentively. If this mountain is compared to life, then the path up the mountain is the path of life. There are too many forks in the path of life. Ning Tianya said slowly, A fork in the road will hinder your progress and restrict your speed. However, a fork in the road can also increase your experience, teach you a lesson, and give you experience. There has never been a person who reached the peak without taking any forks in the path since birth. But for me, the forks that we are talking about now are not those forks. Instead, they are experiences. There are many precious things that one has to do and protect in life. Some forks are parents, sisters, brothers, true love, kinship, wives, children, and so on. If these are considered forks in the path of life that affect one's speed, then they are also the most precious forks. Take note, I am talking about the forks that affect one's speed. Only speed and not progress. Do you understand? Chu Yang nodded. I completely understand. Life wasn't about where one could go wherever one wanted to go. One didn't care about anything else. There would always be some things that would disturb one's state of mind and cause one to be lost when one was sprinting and setting off on a journey. For example, the instructions of one's parents, the tears of one's lover. All of these could make one's heart as hard as steel. Become soft in an instant. Ning Tianya said, Many people have an extremely firm martial heart. You must know that when one's heart is firm to the extreme, all that's left is coldness. At this point, no matter what, no one can shake him. This kind of person is crazy about martial arts. He only saw his own goal. He only saw the peak of martial arts. He wanted to climb. So he gave up everything around him and walked on this path. His eyes are always in front of him, so whenever he walked past a fork in the road, he would not be distracted at all. He just walked over resolutely. He wouldn't care. At the fork in the road, are his relatives there? Are there people he cares about? Ning Tianya said, Therefore, this kind of person will become an expert, become a powerhouse. He's like a sturdy saber that will continue to slash down until the saber shatters. Will the saber break? Yes, because he's too hard. As Chu Yang listened, he seemed to have understood something. Being a person and practicing martial arts are one. If you can't even be a simple person, how can you talk about the peak of martial arts? Ning Tianya sighed. A person practices martial arts for the sake of protection, and not purely for the sake of becoming stronger. Become stronger? Why? Just to kill people? In this world, there's no target you want to protect, no one you want to protect, and no one you want to work hard for. Therefore, even if you become a second-grade supreme martial artist, even if you surpass a second-grade supreme martial artist, in the end, you can defeat yourself without any enemies. Because at that time, you already have no reason to win. Even those martial arts maniacs cultivate for the same reason in the beginning, and that is to protect. There's definitely no one who says from a young age, I want to become stronger, so I cultivate. Everyone is the same. Cultivation is to protect, and protection is affection. But as they walk, they forget about it. Digging one's own grave is the beginning. Ning Tianya said, when I was young, I also had parents and family, and I also had a wife and children. I always thought that I treated my family very well, but my family members passed away one by one. But I regretted it, because I could have done even better. If I had cultivated less and spent more time on my family members, I could have extended their lifespans to the point where I could no longer extend their lifespans. I wouldn't have regretted it then, but I didn't. At that time, I was more focused on quickly reaching the peak, laughing proudly in the martial world, and roaming the world. I did it, but when I was able to roam the martial world and roam the world, there was no one around me to cheer for me. Those who cheered for me were all people I didn't know, people who had nothing to do with me at all. Then, what use was there for me to have such cheers? Chu Yang understood. Therefore, the real supreme door to the great Tao is to be a good person first, and then talk about other things. How to be a person? In front of your parents, be a good son. In front of your wife and concubines, be a good man. In front of your children, be a good father. In front of your friends. And in front of your enemies, you are the king of hell. Pay attention to these orders. The enemy is the last in line. Ning Tianya said, do you understand? Chu Yang said profoundly, I think I understand. You are only complete after you have done all these. You have a path of retreat. No matter where you go, you have roots. A tree can live if it has roots. A man can only go far if he has roots. Therefore, when you are advancing on the path of martial arts, you have to pay attention to the forks in the road around you and remember clearly. Then, when you are tired, you can retreat completely and return to your roots to recuperate. As you advance, you abandon your roots. If you can't retreat, you can only die alone on that path. Some people are so deeply in love with their wives that it will not fade even in death. They think that they have taken the path of sentiments. But is the path of sentiments only the feelings they have for their wives? Should they not have feelings for their parents, family members, daughters, and grandchildren? Therefore, that is still the path of heartlessness. Therefore, in the end, it will still be destroyed. When Ning Tianya said this, Chu Yang's heart shook greatly. He thought of the elder master, Chu Xiaoxin. Did Chu Xiaoxin have feelings? His feelings were as deep as the sea, unquestionable. But was he heartless? He was also heartless enough, because for the sake of his wife, he had abandoned all other feelings. For the sake of past feelings, he had abandoned future feelings. In that case, Chu Xiaoxin also took the path of heartlessness. He thought of Lang Yilong and Wei Wuyan, the path of heartlessness. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. Therefore, the door to the great Tao is to do what you can do and protect with all your strength, to make your heart complete and flawless, to be bright and beautiful. You will have the power to strive for any peak. Ning Tianya said heavily. Chu Yang said quietly, but if I do all these, where will I have the time to cultivate? Ning Tianya's eyes widened in surprise. How can there be no time? Don't you enjoy peace of mind when you are with your parents? Isn't this peace of mind cultivation? Don't you enjoy warmth when you are with your friends and brothers? Isn't this warmth also the cultivation of the mind? Don't you feel blissful when you are with your lovers? Isn't this bliss also the cultivation of the mind? And all these won't take up much time. Sometimes you just need to let them know where you are, and that will be enough. Your cultivation will also be enough. Why do people have 7 desires? Life is only when the 7 emotions are complete. Life is only when the great Tao is complete, because there is a root. There are many forks in the path of the human heart. But these forks belong to different emotions. They all go hand in hand. If you insist on choosing one of them as the main path, that's fine too. But you can't ignore the others either. Otherwise, the further you go on the path of martial arts, the further you will be away from the taste of life. When you are so far away that you can't see it anymore and can't come back, that will be the moment you break down. You will be like a tree in a forest. With a root there is a great Tao. This is the true path of emotions, which is also the true door to the great Tao, the door to the heavenly Tao, and the door to the immortal Tao. The path of emotions includes all emotions. If you do it, it will be the great Tao. The reason why Qin Feng and Lu Yun can do whatever they want is because they have a root. They are each other's root. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed, they still managed to save Wu Jueqing when the tribulation nourished the heavens. They were even able to take care of their loved ones for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, they have a clear conscience, and their hearts are complete. Ning Tianya said solemnly, such a complete state of mind is a huge source of strength when facing the inner demons, when challenging the great Tao. Since ancient times, how many experts have fallen to the inner demons, not because they weren't strong enough, but because they were too strong. They faced the inner demons time and time again, all the way until the day they break down. They have no root. As long as Qin Feng and Lu Yun don't die, they will definitely be able to see the great Tao. That's it. Chu Yang sighed. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom in this matter. Qin Feng and Lu Yun might have done the best they could, but they ultimately didn't know the truth. Wu Jueqing was in an even worse state. Chu Yang thought again. If Wu Jueqing's physical body was destroyed in the tribulation nourishing the heavens, and he really went to the extraterrestrial battlefield, would he be happy? What about their boss? Heaven's will is always playing tricks on people. Chu Yang, I will only tell you one thing. Don't underestimate the experience of the mortal world. Where in the world isn't the mortal world? Even if you have the immortal Tao, even if you are the ruler of the imperial court, as long as your body and heart are not destroyed, you will still be in the mortal world. Ning Tianya sighed softly. As long as you still have regrets and guilt in your heart, you will never reach the peak of the great Tao. Even if you can go to the imperial court, it will be the same. Chapter 13:22. Don't underestimate the experience of the mortal world, Chu Yang muttered to himself. As long as you still have regrets and guilt in your heart, you won't be able to reach the peak of the great Tao. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. Elder Ning, I understand. The strength of the heart is true strength. If the heart is flawless, it will be invincible. However, I have both regrets and guilt in my heart. What should I do? Ning Tianya looked at him in surprise and slowly frowned. Don't think that I'm joking with you. This thing that sounds so plain that anyone can understand is indeed the door to the great Tao. Only when you reach a certain level will you truly understand. The most reasonable thing in the world is actually by your side since you were young. Growing up and becoming stronger. It's just turning what you heard when you were young into your own experience. That's all. But things are still the same. Do you understand? I didn't think that you were joking. I also believe that what you're talking about is the door to the great Tao, the heavenly Tao. Chu Yang said seriously, this is the true path of emotions. I understand. Of course, Chu Yang understood. He had discussed the path of emotions with the sword spirit more than once. But no matter which time it was not as thorough as what Ning Tinya said now. The most obvious reason was often the truth. This sentence was verified once again here. However, the simplest reason was also the most difficult to achieve. This sentence was still being verified. Anyone could focus on martial arts, but to take care of all these was very difficult for anyone to do. To maintain a stable heart over a long period of time was as difficult as ascending to heaven, because this was not 8 or 10 years. It was also not 1 or 200 years, but thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Everyone says that to seek longevity. To reach the peak is to go against the ability that the heavens have given to the human body and to surpass it by force. It's an act that defies the heavens. Chu Yang took a breath and said, I used to think this way myself, clamoring to go against the heavens and to turn the world around. But now, I feel ashamed that I used to think this way and do this. There's no such thing as following or defying in the world. It doesn't matter if you follow or defy. The heavens are there and have never changed. What changes is only the human heart. When your heart is at peace, it's following the heavens. Your heart is impetuous, and you're going against the heavens' will. Chu Yang said slowly, that's all. Before this, when Ning Tianya was speaking, Chu Yang was listening. However, when Chu Yang said these words, Ning Tianya involuntarily straightened his back. He listened quietly. What has changed is only the human heart. This sentence, this made Ning Tianya very touched, and he couldn't help but say, that's right, your heart is at ease. It was following the heavenly Tao. Your rebellious heart is going against the heavens. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're obedient or rebellious. When has the heavens ever cared? Yes. Chu Yang said, heaven is heaven. It has always been there and has never changed. Ning Tianya remained silent. So, Elder Ning, I understand everything now that you've explained it to me. Chu Yang couldn't stand up on this 8-story pagoda mountain. He just sat there and bowed to Ning Tianya. Many thanks. Ning Tianya accepted his bow with a solemn countenance. Then he similarly bowed and said solemnly, You're welcome. The heavens are the heavens. When have they ever cared about me? For this sentence, thank you very much. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The difference between their cultivations was like heaven and earth. The difference between their ages was like heaven and earth. The difference between their statuses was like heaven and earth. However, in this lesson, a feeling of mutual appreciation arose inexplicably in their hearts. This feeling was as if the two of them were old friends of many years who were on the same level. Ning Tianya said, however, I still don't quite understand what you said earlier. When have you ever felt regret and guilt? He frowned and said, Do you know I've seen so many heroes, but in tens of thousands of years, you're the only one who can achieve a perfect state of mind, be a good person, and ascend to the heavenly imperial court. Embark on the path of the great Tao. Although you've led a wandering life since you were a child, after returning to the clan, this knot in your heart has already been untied. You're filial to your parents, love and care for your family, and care for your brothers in every possible way. You've done everything that a man can do. So why would you still feel regret and guilt? Ning Tianya said, This shouldn't be the case. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. But what about women? What about women? Ning Tianya was stunned. You mean? Chu Yang took a long breath. Elder Ning, only you're here today, so I can open my heart and talk to you. Ning Tianya said solemnly, Please speak. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said, Elder Ning, there's a kind of marriage called the previous life's marriage. Do you believe it? In other words, when you see a woman again, you'll inexplicably believe that this woman is your previous life's wife. That kind of feeling. I don't know if you understand. He couldn't talk about the secret of his rebirth. Perhaps this was the only way to explain it. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Ning Tianya smiled. What's there to not understand? Although ordinary people don't agree with the theory of the soul, at our level we can be sure. Since there's such a feeling, it means that it's not bad. Chu Yang nodded slowly and said, yes. Since Elder Ning understands, then it's much easier for me to say. At that time, I was in the lower three heavens in charge of Butian Pavilion against Golden Horse Riders Department. That year, I was 17.5 years old. Then, on that day, I saw Mo Ching Wu for the first time. At that time, Mo Ching Wu wasn't even 11 years old. Then, I had a vague feeling that Xiao Wu was the woman of my dreams. This was the first time Chu Yang had unreservedly bared his heart in front of another person, apart from the secret of his rebirth. Ning Tianya pondered and didn't say anything. He just nodded. At that time, I thought that when she grew up, I would marry her as my wife. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, I would only like her in my life. I would never be tempted by other women. In fact, I did it. I didn't accept any other woman. Until the end of the war. But things didn't go as I imagined. I thought that way and did that way. But there were always accidents. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and told him about Wu Qianchan and Tai Butian. Elder Ning, you don't know how uncomfortable I felt. Chu Yang took a breath. I also know that it's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world. But the problem is that I want to give Qinggu a complete one, but I can't. I can't let go of Butian either. I can't let go of Qianchan now either. Chu Yang said, now when I face Mo Qinggu, I feel that I've let her down and the other 2 down. When I face the other 2, I feel the same. It's guilt and regret. Chu Yang said in a low voice, I once thought if everything were to start all over again, what should I do? After thinking about it, I realized that I would still be in a dilemma. Furthermore, this feeling of guilt will continue. Even I don't know how to resolve it. This is your regret and guilt. Ning Tianya widened his eyes in disbelief. Yes. Chu Yang nodded dejectedly. I remember clearly that my original intention was to have Qinggu alone. But now, no matter which one I have to give up, I can't bear to. And so I became conflicted. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Elder Ning, tell me, am I very despicable? Very, very despicable, but still want to build a monument to my chastity. But no matter how hard I try, I still want to build one. That feeling? Ning Tianya looked at him, somewhat stunned. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! It's actually such a thing. It's really strange. I just don't understand. Why are you so conflicted about this? Ning Tianya laughed heartily. Chu Yang was slightly angry. Is it very funny? It's very funny indeed. Ning Tianya held his stomach, looking like he was about to burst into tears. After a long while, he wiped the corners of his eyes and said, let me put it this way. From the general trend of the world, I remember that the Dharma Supreme once counted the population of the heavenly layer a few years ago. Now, the total population of the heavenly layer is about 35 billion. More than 27 billion of them are women. Chu Yang was stunned. Dumping corpses in the wilderness, vendettas in the martial world, large-scale wars. They are all dominated by men. On average, in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of men will die in this heavenly layer, dying under swords and sabers. In such a situation, the upper 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens are still a little worse. The lower 3 heavens are the worst. May I ask Grand Duke Chu, if each of these 8 billion men only wants one wife and they all have the same mindset as you, then what will happen to the remaining 15 billion women? Will they all be bachelors? Chu Yang said in distress. These are 2 different things. All right, let's not talk about the general trend of the world. Let's talk about the psychology of men. Men are like this. This is a common problem for men. It's very normal to like a few people at the same time. Ning Tianya said, however, if you talk about it yourself, that's another way of saying it. Let's not talk about it for now. He smiled and said, A man's heart cannot be divided, but he can do it. When he is with one person, he can treat her, well, wholeheartedly. When he is with another person, he can also treat her wholeheartedly. No, no, no. I can't do it. Chu Yang shook his head. He really couldn't do it. Chu Yang had tried before. When he was with Tai Butian, he had tried hard not to think of Emo Chingu. But there would always be times when he would suddenly think of her, and then his heart would hurt as if it was being pricked by a needle. Ha ha ha. This time, Ning Tianya really laughed until tears came out of his eyes. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you the truth, too. Ning Tianya held his stomach and said with great difficulty. Chu Yang looked at him with some resentment and anger. He suppressed the itching feeling in his fist. He really wanted to punch this old fellow's laughing face. To think that you even brought up a previous life's marriage. Ning Tianya was still smiling bitterly. A few days ago, Lord Shui came down and looked for me first. Then he said that he was going to intercept you. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. He looked at him in a daze, completely stunned. Lord Shui Leihan? To be continued. Chapter 1323. Ning Tianya had gone up before, but he was thrown down by someone who appointed him to watch over the heavens. The person who appointed Ning Tianya was actually Shui Leihan. Your rebirth is a reversal of the heavens' trajectory. The heavens' 35 billion people were reversed for you alone. It's not to make you regret and feel guilty. Ning Tianya's first sentence almost dispelled Chu Yang's doubts. As expected, you're still in charge of saving. Ning Tianya said, in this changed trajectory, you have to walk the right path, and you lack a few kinds of strength. Therefore, these strengths will be made up for from your women. You were too tough in your previous life, so Wu Qianqian gave you gentleness. You were too straightforward in your previous life, so Tai Butian gave you wisdom. You were heartless in your previous life, so Emo Chingu made up for it in this life. Your path is too simple, so there's still a variable in your life. Ning Tianya said indifferently, but now you've also found that variable. Therefore, your regret and guilt are inevitable. But this won't become your inner demon, because they're all by your side. Although your regret and guilt will torture you, isn't this also how you behave as a man and a person in charge? You won't have such feelings at all. Then it proves that you've never had true feelings for them. So, you can suffer as much as you want. You can suffer for this until the end of time, and no one will sympathize with you. Ning Tianya laughed loudly. Because you've already enjoyed all the blessings in the world alone. So what if it's a little painful? Chu Yang sighed sadly. You mean this won't become a hindrance? Ning Tianya chuckled. Lord Swordmaster, you have too many concerns. Chu Yang said furiously. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Shui Leihan, that old bastard. If he had told me to take them in, wouldn't I have? Sigh, although he said that he was relieved. But Chu Yang knew that Ning Tianya's words hit him right in the heart. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for him to not care. It was impossible for him not to feel guilty. But what was done could not be undone. Although Chu Yang felt guilty and regretful, although he felt that he was very beastly, he couldn't deny that there was also a kind of secret joy in his heart. Or was this the bad habit of men? Ning Tianya was on the 8th floor, mumbling to himself. No matter what your heart is, heaven is right there. Even if you call for the slaughter of the heavens will still be the heavens. Since ancient times, there have been many powerful beings who wanted to change the heavens and the earth. Now the heavens are still the same, but those powerful beings are gone. He seemed to be immersed in some important juncture. Hearing Chu Yang's words, it caused a stir in his heart. It was as if a new realm was about to open before his eyes. Chu Yang had long been driven away. He was now on the 4th floor. After asking a few questions about Lang Ilang, Ning Tianya tossed him down impatiently. You're so interested. Why don't you just go and find where he went? Chu Yang had been here for 3 days now. He was extremely cautious. Every time he passed a fork in the road, he would carefully memorize it. Once he passed it, he would discover that it was not the right path. He immediately retraced his steps and went to the next fork. Ning Tianya knew that Lang Yilong had been here before. However, with his level of cultivation, he really had no interest in finding out where Lang Yilong had disappeared. Chu Yang searched for 3 days, but still had no clue. But Chu Yang knew that the second tribulation sword fragment was here. His heart had already settled down. How would he dare to be the least bit careless? Where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises above the mountain pass. When heaven and earth shine together, the night is cold and desolate. Chu Yang's brows were tightly furrowed as he repeated these words over and over again. Sword spirit, do you sense anything? Asked Chu Yang. No, the sword spirit was rather dispirited. This pagoda, mountain blocks, all senses. I don't sense anything at all. Chu Yang sat on the top of the mountain, resting his cheeks on his hands. Sword spirit, do you feel that this pagoda mountain is a little strange? Strange? The sword spirit was rather puzzled. Yes. Chu Yang's eyes shone. Seemingly real, yet illusory. Seemingly illusory, yet real. One's body is between heaven and earth, yet not between heaven and earth. Half of it is in the netherworld, and the other half is in the Yang Pass. There are thousands of destinies hidden within the body, ethereal and ethereal, accommodating all living things, forming heaven and earth. The sword spirit's expression changed. Don't you feel that this is like a tribulation space? Asked Chu Yang faintly. Or rather, something similar to a tribulation space? Or perhaps a treasure? The sword spirit shuddered. It's really hard to say. Anyway, I have a feeling that there's definitely something else inside. And it's definitely not a mountain. Chu Yang said with great confidence, looking up at the endless mountain range. Chu Yang reached out and touched the stones on the ground. He said softly, it's too clean. Not even a speck of dust. The sword spirit suddenly felt a little creeped out. It was only after Chu Yang's reminder that the sword spirit realized. There really wasn't even a speck of dust on this pagoda mountain. This mountain, no matter what it was exposed to the elements and exposed to the elements every day. Yet there wasn't even a speck of dust on it? Wasn't this extremely strange? Chu Yang was right. Although the pagoda mountain was solid, nothing could be seen from the back. Even an ordinary person would be able to pass through it. However, from the south, it was a solid mountain. Even a pebble on the mountain wouldn't be able to be moved by a peak-grade supreme martial artist. Why was this so? The sword spirit suddenly felt a little confused. Could it really be like what Chu Yang said, that this wasn't a mountain but a magic treasure? But if it was a magic treasure, then with such great power, it would be a treasure that everyone in the heavenly imperial court would fight over. How could it be abandoned here without any care? The sword spirit was instantly confused. Sword spirit, how many directions have we found? Asked Chu Yang. 17, replied the sword spirit accurately. Okay, let's continue to find the 18th. Chu Yang smiled. Even if we find the 1,800th one, I must also find the tribulation sword fragment. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In the wee hours of the morning, Chu Yang sat on a protruding rock on the peak of the 4th level in a daze. It should be here. Why wasn't it here? Chu Yang couldn't figure it out. He had practically gone through the entire 4th level, but he didn't find the cave that Yi Zue had entered back then, nor did he find the purple crystal cave that Lang Yilong had entered. However, these 2 items were indeed on the 4th level. There was no mistake about this. Chu Yang had already searched the south, east, and west sides. This was a normal thought process. They all entered from the south. Of course, they had to start searching from the south. Once they reached the north, Wouldn't it be even more impossible to find them if they were trapped in that void? Heaven. From the morning of the second day onwards, the experts of the Yi clan kept coming, slowly sealing off the exits of the Pagoda Mountain. By the next day, the number of Yi clan members had already increased to more than 1,000. Looking down from where Chuyang was, he could clearly see people smaller than ants walking around at the foot of the mountain. But Chuyang didn't care at all. He had a super bodyguard like Ning Tinya by his side. If Chuyang still cared about these small fries, then he really didn't need to live anymore. Ning Tinya would also kill him with a slap. "You're looking down on me too much." At the mention of Ning Tinya, he couldn't help but say, throughout this day, Ning Tinya had always been in the same place. He had maintained the same posture and hadn't moved at all. Chuyang stood up rather helplessly. "Looks like this side isn't here. It's not like it's here. East-south, west-east-southwest. I've searched all of them. I didn't miss anything at all. Then all that's left is the north, northwest, and northeast." Chuyang muttered to himself, "Let's go." Chuyang took a step forward. "I'll go through all these sides first." Another 3 days passed. Even Chuyang felt rather helpless. In the wee hours of this day, Chuyang sat on this big rock that faced north, but he felt like he was sitting in the air. He couldn't feel anything under his butt. He couldn't see anything when he looked out. When he looked down, it was all clouds and mist. When he looked back, it was also a void, but he was still on this mountain. When he looked up, the sky was about to brighten. The moon hung in the sky in a semicircle. It was cold and desolate, giving people a feeling of loneliness. "You can't see anything here. Of course, you won't find it," Chuyang said to the sword spirit. But in the tribulation space, the sword spirit's eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, the sword spirit suddenly ran out of the tribulation space as if his boat was on fire. Chuyang was startled. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The sword spirit looked at the east, dumbfounded, and muttered, "The sun is out. Purple clouds have appeared," Chuyang said impatiently. "What's so strange about that? It's like this every day. Suddenly he turned his head abruptly. "What? Every time I find the tribulation sword fragment, there will always be purple clouds." The sword spirit looked at the east and muttered. Chuyang's heart shook, and he suddenly woke up from his dream. Suddenly he stood up and looked around. In the west, a half-moon was hanging obliquely. In the east, however, there were thousands of purple clouds rising slowly. The sun was about to appear. Where the purple clouds came from the east, the bright moon came out of the mountains. Chuyang's whole body trembled a little. He looked at the purple clouds in the sky without blinking. Then he turned his head abruptly to look to the west. In the west, the clouds were drifting, and the shadows of the mountains and valleys were so clear. A waning moon was hanging on the peak of the mountain. It was as if this moon was slowly rising from the mountains and valleys. The next moment, a red sun jumped out of the eastern sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with colorful clouds. At the same time, the bright moon seemed to be emitting its last light. There was also a cold light sprinkling on the world. Chuyang stood at the top of the mountain and suddenly realized that a rare scene had appeared in this world. In the east, there were thousands of rays of light, and purple clouds filled the air. In the west, there was clear light everywhere, and it was peaceful. The east was warm and magnificent, and the west was quiet and peaceful. However, the east and west were indeed lit up at the same time. Heaven and earth were shining together. Chapter 13:24. The hazy night sky above his head seemed to be slowly lifted by a huge hand, revealing the blue sky. The ground beneath his feet was also slowly dyed with the glow of the sunset. But Chuyang suddenly realized that the place he was in was completely different. The sky above his head was already illuminated, and the ground beneath his feet was also covered in light. However, within the range of the mountain he was on, within a radius of several hundred feet, it was still deep in the night. It was as if he was in a different dimension from the sky and the ground. The sky and the ground were already illuminated, but it was still night here. Chu Yang's breathing quickened. Where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises from the mountain pass. When the sky and the ground are illuminated, the night is cold and desolate. The scenery depicted by these 4 lines of the poem finally appeared clearly in front of Chu Yang. There was absolutely no mistake. This was the place that Lang Ilang was talking about, the place where purple crystals were densely packed, the place where fortune was abundant. Everything matched. Chu Yang's hands trembled a little, but his eyes continued to observe everything coldly and sharply. He had a clear premonition. The answer to the riddle was about to appear. Finally, at the moment when the sun rose above the horizon, a ray of purple light shot over from the eastern horizon, and a ray of clear light came from the bright moon in the west. As soon as the clear light appeared in the horizon, the bright moon set behind the mountain and could no longer be seen. But this ray of clear light still stubbornly penetrated this misty night. At the same time, the purple light also penetrated domineeringly. The clear light and the purple light intersected 50 feet in front of Chu Yang. At the moment when the 2 rays of light collided, the light suddenly lit up. The point of intersection lit up, and the original void disappeared. The surrounding mountain rocks slowly appeared, flashing away. A passageway was revealed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang floated up like a feather and landed at this intersection. He slowly took 2 steps forward and entered this magical passageway. After the 2 rays of light led Chu Yang to a turn, they disappeared abruptly. Then, Chu Yang realized that he was already facing the south. The night fog that filled the sky had disappeared. Everything around him, everything was visible. In front of him, there was a straight passageway that led to a dark cave entrance. The sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, "I can feel it! I can feel the aura of the 5th segment of the Tribulation Sword." In his dantian, the first 5 segments of the Tribulation Sword buzzed and trembled at the same time. Sword intent, it violently swam around the sword's body. At the entrance of the cave, a faint purple color was about to spurt out. Chu Yang could already smell the scent of a purple crystal mine. Yes, the inside of this cave was unbelievably rich. Purple crystal aura. This place was definitely a super purple crystal mine. Perhaps it wasn't a purple crystal mine at all, but an entire purple crystal, pure purple crystal, amethyst land. It contained the sharp aura of the Calamity Sword. It was as if it wanted to break through the pagoda mountain and fly out. The sword spirit urged, "Go in. Once you enter, you'll find the first section of the Calamity Sword." Chu Yang stopped at the entrance of the cave. He could feel the sword spirit's urgency. He could also feel the sword's desire. But now he stopped in his tracks. If I go in now, then I'll be able to obtain the Tribulation Sword Fragment. If I can obtain the second section of the Calamity Sword, the heavenly layer and the lower 3 heavens will return to normal. The Lan clan would definitely send people to Iron Cloud to investigate. Then is it because I went back quickly? Or was it the Lan clan that went down faster? It would definitely take some effort for me to obtain the Tribulation Sword. It could take half a day, or even 3 days. But the Lan clan was in the south of the continent. There was a passageway to the lower 3 heavens over there. They would be able to reach Iron Cloud within a day. I need to digest the Tribulation Sword Fragment here, then break through the Yi clan's blockade and rush to the passageway. Enter the passageway, return to the lower 3 heavens, and rush to Iron Cloud. Will I be able to make it in time? With this calculation, Chu Yang felt that he was at least 3 days later than the Lan clan. But at this time, not to mention 3 days, even if it was 1 day, 2 hours, even if it was just a blink of an eye, it would cause an irreparable regret for the rest of his life. Although he had already increased Tai Butian's strength and arranged for Feng Chiliang, Chu Yang knew clearly that this bit of strength was not enough to go against the Lan clan. Chu Yang frowned and stopped. He stopped at the entrance of the cave beside the tribulation sword fragment that was within reach. And my brothers, it's already 3 days. There's no guarantee that no one will find out about our relationship. As long as there's even the slightest bit of suspicion, they're finished. Chuyang frowned and looked up. He sent a telepathic message. Elder Ning, can you hear me? After a while, Ning Tianya's voice sounded. What's the matter? Can you come over here for a while? Chuyang sent a telepathic message. After a while, Ning Tianya landed in the direction of Chu Yang's voice. Then he exclaimed, What's going on? Following the sound, he landed in a void. However, the moment he saw Chuyang, everything in front of him became bright again. Everything returned to normal. It's just a wonder of heaven and earth. There's no way to explain it, Chuyang said briefly. What's the matter? Ning Tianya naturally knew that there were many things on this pagoda mountain that couldn't be explained with logic. He didn't dwell on it anymore. Why are you in such a hurry? Is the sky about to collapse? Chuyang laughed and said, That's right. To me, the sky is about to collapse. Ning Tianya was startled. Oh! Elder Ning, take a look at this cave entrance. Chuyang pointed. Yes, I didn't find it before. Ning Tianya nodded. Then he was shocked. Is this the cave where Yi Zue got the legacy of the extraterrestrial demon? No. Chuyang said seriously, This is where I want to get the legacy. Ning Tianya wasn't stupid, he exclaimed. You're saying that the tribulation sword is inside. Chuyang smiled bitterly. Not only is there the tribulation sword, but it's also an important part. Verse 1, this verse. As long as I get it, I can immediately lead to the passage of all the heavens. Ning Tianya's expression turned serious. I see, but I'm very worried about this passage, Chuyang said. I have brothers in the lower 3 heavens and lovers in the lower 3 heavens. And the Lan clan, they seem to have confirmed the identity of the tribulation sword master, although they can't be sure that it's me. But they know that the emperor of the lower 3 heavens is the tribulation sword master's woman. Ning Tianya was horrified. How can you be so careless? Chuyang smiled bitterly. Back then, who would have thought that something like this would happen? Back then, he only gave Tai Batian a life-saving item. Who would have thought that it would have such a huge impact? Therefore, the Lan clan had already arranged for a few supreme martial artists to wait in Iron Cloud along with the Grand Duke of the Lan clan, Lan Ro. Chuyang said, But the last time I went down, I killed all of them. Ning Tianya's eyes widened. Killed all of them. They went down to become one of the tribulations, to maintain the glory of 10,000 years. And you killed all of them. Yes, I killed all of them. Chuyang spread out his hands. So when the passage opens this time, the Lan clan will definitely go down to Iron Cloud immediately. He said seriously, I'm worried about the safety there. Ning Tianya finally understood. You're saying that you want me to go over and protect them? Or rather, stop the Lan clan? Chuyang said, If Elder Ning is willing, of course I hope that you can go over personally. He said seriously, Protect them. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh. Ever since I met you in the northern wastelands of the upper 3 heavens, I've never felt comfortable. Now, I've actually become your hired thug. I even have to travel so far to the heavens. I originally wanted to go and see my disciple first, said Ning Tianya. Then he suddenly froze. Chuyang didn't notice. He said, Actually, I'm also very embarrassed. But if Elder Ning is willing to help this time, I'll definitely be very grateful. Who cares about your gratitude? Ning Tianya looked like he was going to agree, but he suddenly became ferocious. I'm not going. Chuyang was dumbfounded. What was going on with this old guy? Ning Tianya said angrily, I only realized now. That day, you kept saying that you felt guilty. So it was actually because of my disciple. You have my disciple, and you're actually thinking of having multiple wives. Chu Yang was dizzy. How many days had it been? So this old guy didn't realize it back then? This wasn't right. The veins on Ning Tianya's forehead popped out. He flew into a rage. Back then, I only remembered Lord Shue's instructions. A new solution for you. But I didn't expect you to be such a beast, having designs on my poor disciple. You were too tough in your previous life, so Wu Qianqian gave you gentleness. You were too straightforward in your previous life, so Tai Batian gave you wisdom. You were heartless in your previous life, so Mo Qinggu made it up to you in this life. Chu Yang recited a passage and said, Elder Ning, you're not crazy, right? Didn't you tell me this passage? Ning Tianya said angrily, that was what Lord Shue said. I'm just repeating it. Cough. I've only found out about these bullshit things recently. At the same time, Ning Tianya was also puzzled. When he was repeating Shue Leihan's words and the solution for Chu Yang's life, Ning Tianya realized that he actually didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Even at that time, during that whole period of time, his emotions were very calm. He actually didn't realize at all that the Mo Qinggu in the story was his one and only younger brother whom he doted on the most. It was only now that he heard Chu Yang mention the old story again that he suddenly realized. Chu Yang sighed deeply. I deeply admire your ability to react. How much time has passed since then? Ning Tianya was equally speechless. Regarding this matter, he was also confused. He only said angrily, You actually want me to protect little Wu's love rival. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? Ning Tianya snorted heavily, still feeling uncomfortable. He said, If I leave, what will you do? These little bastards from the Yi clan down there are all coming for you. Chu Yang frowned. It won't take much effort to clean them up before you leave, right? I'm not asking you to kill them all. You can beat them until they can't move. I can go down and kill them myself later. Minister Chu was planning to drag him down to the end. It would be a waste not to use such a top fighter in the world. Perhaps because my mood was affected, I was especially slow in writing today. I only finished the 4th chapter after 3 hours. It's 2:50 in the morning now. I'll continue writing the 5th chapter. G. To be continued. Chapter 1325. Filled with frustration, Ning Tianya let out a long howl and flew out in a flash. Along the way, his howl became more and more frustrated, louder and louder as he sped down the mountain. He didn't want to stay by Chu Yang's side for even a moment longer. Seeing this fellow's face made him want to punch him. Yi Zue paced back and forth in front of the team, his face full of murderous intent. After waiting for 5 consecutive days, Chu Yang still hadn't come down from above. Yi Zue became angrier and angrier. Did you find anything? Yi Zue asked a Yi clan expert who was rushing over from another direction. No, I've already scouted out all the north, south, east, and west. There's definitely no such person passing by. I can guarantee it. He must still be on this mountain. Yi Zue snorted. It's good that he's still on this mountain. This time, no matter what, I must kill him. He recalled how, when he returned to the clan to chase after Zhuge he discovered that Zhuge had actually sped all the way and was about to leave the Yi clan territory. He couldn't catch up to him. Yi Zue was frustrated. He didn't expect Zhuge to be so decisive. When he couldn't hit him, he immediately retreated and fled far away. If the Zhuge clan couldn't catch him, the Lan clan naturally couldn't either. The only one who could let him vent his anger was Chu Yang. Therefore, in these few days, Yi Zue had gathered all the forces he could mobilize here. No matter the cost, he must kill Chu Yang. If not for the fact that the people who had rushed to the northwest had already gone too far, he even wanted to capture those experts and intercept them to take part in this encirclement, all for the sake of killing Chu Yang. Now, Chu Yang's importance in his heart was listed as the number 1 must-kill, far above the tribulation sword master. Currently, the Yi clan experts gathered at the foot of the pagoda mountain. The number had already reached a terrifying level. Yi Zue clenched his teeth, a fire burning in his heart. If he didn't kill Chuyang, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Unintentionally revealing his biggest secret had already become a nightmare that Yi Zue couldn't get rid of. No matter what, he had to kill Chuyang to be at ease. He was afraid that one day he would wake up. Suddenly, someone pointed at him and said, "He is the extraterrestrial demon. He is the real extraterrestrial demon." How did he become a 4th grade sword supremacy so quickly? Extraterrestrial demon technique. The art of extraterrestrial demons. If you don't believe me, you'll know in a battle if so. This was Yi Zue's true nightmare. In fact, for the past few days, he would even dream that he was being hunted down by the entire world, falling off a cliff, yet never reaching the bottom. That kind of terrifying feeling of falling. This made Yi Zue tremble all over. Then he woke up from his dream with a start, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Keep an eye on him. Even a mosquito is not allowed to fly out of the pagoda mountain. Yi Zue roared savagely, no matter what. He also wanted to destroy the extraterrestrial demon, Chuyang here. Tear him to pieces. If anyone makes a mistake, take your own head as an apology. His entire family would be executed. All 3 clans will be exterminated. Now, everyone, open your eyes wide. Yi Zue was calling out. Unknowingly, his eyes were already filled with black gas. However, the Yi clan members in front of him were all lowering their heads, not daring to raise their heads. Sensing the Archduke's murderous aura, as well as his violent rage that threatened to destroy everything, no one dared to raise their heads and refute him. At this moment, a long howl suddenly sounded from the pagoda mountain. "He's coming down." Yi Zue was overjoyed and let out a wild cry. Everyone raised their heads in unison, their murderous aura filling the air. It's this small matter that caused so many of us to be lectured here. You've finally come down. If we don't torture you to death, we'll really be letting down all the hard work and suffocation we've endured these few days. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked and then horrified. When the long howl first sounded, it should have been at the top of the mountain. But at this moment, they were already halfway up the mountain. The howl became more and more majestic, as though all the living beings in the world were shouting toward the sky in unison at this moment. It rumbled and turned into violent heavenly thunder, striking down violently with golden lightning. Rumble, the howl was still going on, but the surrounding mountains and valleys were already filled with dust and dirt, shooting up into the sky. The might of the howl shook everything within 10,000 miles. The earth trembled so much that everyone couldn't stand still. Some even swayed left and right, and a few of those with lower cultivation had already fallen to the ground from the tremors. Yet they were still bouncing up time and time again as the earth trembled. Extreme horror appeared in Yi Zue's eyes. He asked repeatedly, "Who is this person? Who is this person?" The Yi clan members were all dizzy and didn't have the time to answer his question at this moment. A few of them had participated in the siege of Wu Jueching in the Yi clan courtyard back then. At this moment, they instinctively felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Yi Zue has kicked an iron plate again this time? Why, judging from the momentum of the iron plate this time, it seems to be even more serious than the previous one. The howl had already reached the top of their heads. Within 1,000 miles, dust and dirt rose into the air and gathered into a huge mushroom cloud, surging and rolling toward the blue sky. Suddenly, the howl was followed by a series of popping sounds. Yi Zue couldn't stand still. To his horror, he saw the experts he had set up at the various entrances of the pagoda mountain landing in front of him, one after another. They slowly piled up into a pile. As the howl ended, a gray-robed man slowly descended with his hands behind his back. Landing in front of the dozen or so people, he asked with some anger, "So it's you guys who have disturbed this old man's peaceful cultivation? What punishment do you deserve?" Yi Zue was shocked. He hurriedly explained, "Elder, please calm down. Shut up." The gray-robed man shouted domineeringly, "Ye clan members." He actually didn't listen to any of Yi Zue's explanations. Yi Zue nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with extreme fear. He hoped that this person wouldn't be too ruthless on account of his clan. Humph, I was wondering who had such guts. To think it's actually the Yi clan members. The gray-robed man snorted. His hands flashed repeatedly. The remaining dozen or so people were picked up by him like chickens and thrown into the pile of people. The last slap. With a loud smack, it landed on Yi Zue's face. Yi Zue was hit so hard that one of his feet was lifted off the ground. The tip of one of his feet was on the ground, and he spun about 70 to 80 rounds like a top. Stars appeared before his eyes. "Little demon." The gray-robed man snorted. He scolded softly. Yi Zue's entire body turned cold at once. His mind was in a mess. He also knows my secret. That's right, I told him on the mountain. With this person's cultivation, how could he not have heard it? More than 100 Yi clan experts of martial saint level and above were piled together like this. Every one of them was vomiting blood and had lost their ability to fight. Even now, everyone's ears were still ringing. Some of them had even started to bleed from their ears. Yi Zue lowered his head in fear and trepidation. A hint of extreme viciousness flashed across his eyes. "Humph! When my heavenly demon great technique is fully mastered, I will crush you to death with one hand," the gray-robed man snorted. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, "Yi Chen, come to the pagoda mountain." His voice traveled out, neither fast nor slow, neither angry nor angry. In the Yi clan courtyard hundreds of miles away, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. "Yi Chen, come to the pagoda mountain." Thud, thud, thud. The Yi clan's walls had already been shattered into pieces by Wu Jueching the last time. This time, they collapsed with a loud crash. Yi Chen, who was cultivating in the quiet room, was jolted awake. What happened? I don't know. Who told me to go to the pagoda mountain? This, Yi Chen made a prompt decision and flew out. He could clearly sense that the person who was shouting, his cultivation was far above his. Since he asked him to go to the pagoda mountain like this, there must be a reason. A figure flashed. Yi Chen appeared on the roof. The next moment there was another flash. He had already disappeared into the land of morning light. In front of the pagoda mountain, Ning Tianya stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a trembling Yi Zue and a pile of Yi clan experts. Yi Zue's demonic aura was completely sealed by Ning Tianya's slap. At this moment he was truly powerless. Not long after, a rustling sound rang out in the distance. It sounded like a hurricane sweeping through the forest. It was very hard to believe that this was actually the sound of a person flying. A figure suddenly fell from the sky like a shooting star. With a slight shake of his body, he had already eliminated the terrifying inertia of moving at high speed. He stood on the spot and took in the situation. His expression couldn't help but change. "Elder Ning, so it's you." How could Yi Chen not recognize the #1 expert in the world, Ning Tianya? The moment he saw that it was actually him, his heart thumped wildly. The previous time, he had provoked Wu Jueching. Could it be that he had provoked Ning Tianya again this time? At the thought of this, Yi Chen felt a toothache at once. Judging from the situation before him, this might really be the case. Cough. "I say, little Yi, what's wrong with you?" Ning Tianya struck, first to gain the upper hand. Acting as the guilty party, he first tried to claim the right. "How can you do this? I was cultivating at the pagoda mountain for a while. You actually instructed your grandson to come and make trouble. What are your intentions?" Yi Chen's expression darkened at once. "This bunch of bastards came out to make trouble, and they actually used my name? What's wrong with you?" Ning Tianya said furiously. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yi Chunchin smiled bitterly. If you're easy to bully, then there really isn't anyone in the world who isn't easy to bully, he said, helplessly. Elder Ning, please calm down. Let me investigate this matter. There must be a misunderstanding. Ning Tianya snorted angrily. What misunderstanding? The truth is that while I was cultivating on the mountain, your grandson was at the foot of the mountain scolding and hollering. This is simply unbelievable to me. Yi Chenchin, when did the Yi clan become so ill-mannered? Yi Chenchin's face was full of shame. It was also out of anger and embarrassment. Do you think it's easy for me? I'm already more than 10,000 years old. I can be considered to be a person of virtue and prestige. Now, within a month, I've been reprimanded twice like a child. The first time was still manageable. That was because Wu Jueching had been provoked into the house. Those who didn't know about it weren't to be blamed. But after that, he had given strict orders not to stir up any more trouble. Now, it hadn't even been half a month yet, but he was dragged over by Ning Tianya again and fiercely reprimanded. Who did I offend? Yi Chunchin was practically driven mad by these grandchildren of his. His whole body was trembling, and his limbs were icy cold. Cough, it's 5:30 a.m. I'll continue to write my first update, approximately at 8 o'clock a.m. Gee, I can hold on. Can you all take it? Gee, I'm asking for monthly votes. Let's see how much I can increase before the first update comes out. Ha 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 and gee, to be continued. Chapter 1326. Looks like it's really time for the Yi clan to be overhauled. Yi Chunchin secretly made up his mind. Make all of them scram. I say, little Yi, if I hear such a voice again when I'm cultivating, don't blame me for not giving you any face, Ning Tianya said in an old-fashioned manner. Yes, Yi Chunchin said sullenly. He turned his head fiercely and shouted while suppressing his anger, Get lost! I'll settle the score with all of you when we get home. Not only did he want to settle the score, Yi Chunchin even had the heart to swallow these people alive right now. He was infinitely sullen. I'm already so old. Can you not embarrass me like this? He went forward and gave each of them a heavy slap, allowing them to regain some mobility. Then, Yi Chunchin kicked Yi Zue's buttocks. Get lost. If you dare to come to the foot of the pagoda mountain again, I'll cripple you. Yi Zue led his men and fled in a sorry state. Elder Ning, thank you for showing mercy. If there's nothing else, I'll be going home. Yi Chunchin cupped his hands. He had already made up his mind. Almost 1,000 years ago, he had stopped interfering in family matters. Now, it looked like there was really a need to clean things up. This Yi clan, this kind of clan, had already made him feel like a stranger. Slow down. I still have to remind you of something. Ning Tianya looked at him solemnly, his gaze cold. Little Yi, this great-grandson of yours, this first successor of the Yi clan, don't you feel very abnormal? Yi Chunchin couldn't make head or tail of it. Abnormal? Ning Tianya said solemnly, he's cultivating a demonic art. Demonic art? What demonic art? Yi Chunchin muttered, somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Elder Ning, you mean? Ning Tianya nodded lightly. It's exactly what you guessed. You can go back and verify it yourself. For your father's sake, I'll give you some advice this time. Yi Chunchin was completely drenched in cold sweat in an instant. He bowed deeply. He said sincerely, and even with some lingering fear, Thank you, Elder Ning. He could not thank him. If Ning Tianya hadn't told him about this, but someone else. Yi Chunchin was sure that within a month's time, the Yi clan's name would be completely removed from the continent. Demonic arts. This was a much greater threat than the Tribulation Swordmaster. Ordinary people might not know about demonic techniques, but how could those who had reached the 7th or 8th grade of Supreme Martial Artist and were qualified to participate in the secrets not know about it? The law enforcement officers. How could the Dharma Supreme and the others not know? With a solemn expression, Yi Chin flew away. Ning Tianya also heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Yi clan would definitely not dare to come to the Pagoda Mountain again. Yi Chin would also keep a close eye on Yi Zue. There shouldn't be any problems on Chu Yang's side. Then I'll prepare to go to the lower 3 heavens next. He turned around to take a look. Ning Tianya murmured, "The tribulation is coming soon. Chu Yang, don't mistreat my disciple." His body flashed, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang had already entered the cave. From the outside, this cave looked very shallow, as if one could see the end of it at a glance. But after walking in, however, he found that the cave was unexpectedly long. It was as if there was no end in sight. Chu Yang was surprised to see that there was a bend in the road. Around the bend, there was a jade pendant on top of a piece of paper. Year, month, day. Entered this cave by mistake. Disheartened, the only thing left is to live in seclusion. My lover is in trouble. Wronged. I have the intention to kill the culprit, but am powerless to reverse the situation. A sorrowful man. Forget it. I'll just end my days in this cave. Although Chu Yang didn't recognize this handwriting, he understood when he saw these words. This must have been left behind by Lang Along when he first entered this cave. For some reason, he didn't take it away, but left it here all along. Chu Yang thought about it. If he were Lang Along, he probably wouldn't take it away either. Leaving it here would serve as a witness and remind him of the direction in which he should work hard. With a sigh, Chu Yang exerted force, and both the jade pendant and the piece of paper turned into dust at the same time. Your debts are settled. Then, let's get rid of this obsession. As he continued to walk in, the aura of purple crystals became stronger and stronger. A full 2 hours later, after turning the last bend, Chu Yang was suddenly shocked. The sudden flash of purple crystals almost hurt his eyes. As far as his eyes could see, it was a world of purple crystals. There was a huge cave inside, and it was completely formed by a huge piece of purple crystal. The cave was filled with dazzling purple light. And this was just the entrance to the purple crystal cave. About 20 feet inside the cave, there was a clear mark, as if someone had been working here for a long time. The purple crystals on the ground had already become somewhat smooth. Presumably, the purple crystal hand that Lang Yilong cultivated must be here. The tribulation sword was trembling, urging Chu Yang to walk in. Chu Yang walked in. After walking several hundred feet, he felt as if there was some kind of barrier in front of him that prevented people from entering. A ball of purple light shone brightly and condensed into a substance, sealing the cave entrance from here. Chu Yang walked forward and reached out to push it. However, he felt as if his hand had sunk into a sticky substance. A force surged toward him. Chu Yang mustered all his strength, but was still pushed back by this sticky force. He was pushed back 100 feet. This place was indeed not a place where ordinary people could enter. Chu Yang was not alarmed at being pushed back. Instead, he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, a small sword slowly formed in his palm. A clear sword hum suddenly rang out. The tribulation sword was already in his hand. The true form of the tribulation sword. Chu Yang walked forward slowly. The tip of the tribulation sword slowly pierced into this sticky substance. The entire sword suddenly lit up. It was as if wisps of some inexplicable substance had entered the sword. From the tribulation sword, wisps of something also surged out and entered this fog. It was as if 2 old friends who had not seen each other for a long time were greeting each other warmly. "Have you eaten?" "I have." "Have you eaten?" "Me too." "That's great. We've all eaten." At least, that was the strange feeling that Chu Yang had right now. Then, after this greeting, that translucent purple mist suddenly disappeared. It was like a door that was originally tightly shut. After 2 extremely nonsensical and meaningless exchanges, It suddenly opened. "Please enter!" Even Chu Yang felt a strong sense of absurdity. The tribulation sword was already flying forward. Chu Yang followed, closely behind. After entering, Chu Yang suddenly realized that the cave walls here had turned into purple crystal cores. One by one, the purple crystal cores were densely arranged side by side and embedded together to form a hole. Forming a cave, Chu Yang was amazed. He walked forward step by step. After several hundred feet, it turned into a whole field of purple crystal jade essence. The purple crystal jade essence was several hundred feet long and extended into the cave. He walked forward further. As expected, it was indeed the soul of the purple crystal. The sword spirit was still leading the way in front happily. Chu Yang felt a sense of absurdity. Could there also be holy crystals and divine crystals here? But the tribulation sword stopped at the root of the soul of the purple crystal. Chu Yang walked over slowly. In the depths of the cave, there was a strange flower. It was a flower completely formed by the aura of the purple crystal. But on the stamen, there was something quietly supporting it. A sword hilt. This sword hilt lay quietly on the stamen, motionless. But it had an aura as if everything was in control. But it spread out. It spread out very calmly and steadily. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword started to vibrate excitedly. The sword intent left the sword body and shuttled back and forth in the air excitedly. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit said with some surprise, "So it's this time." The first segment of the tribulation sword is the sword hilt. Chu Yang said solemnly, "Looks like it is." But he recalled the words in the general principles of the tribulation sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword. The part of the sword that was held by the hand was the source of all the attacks that controlled the entire sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword was divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. Chu Yang looked over and saw that although this sword hilt looked the same color, one side was a little bright while the other side was a little dark. Of course, if it was held in the hand, nothing could be seen. The first 5 segments of the sword started to clamor at the same time. The sword hilt slowly rose from the misty flower. The movement was slow, but it gave off an extremely calm and confident feeling. The next moment, the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, sword guard, and sword tongue all rushed up at the same time. Crack, 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 crack. They all returned to their positions. After a series of dazzling flashes, an almost complete sword appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. In Chu Yang's eyes, this sword was already complete. If he had to say what was missing, it would be that it was still missing a sword hilt. That was the sword hilt, also known as the sword head. Other than that, it was basically perfect. Chu Yang couldn't help but wonder. The tribulation sword should have segments. Then, what were the other 2 segments? An almost complete sword flashed in front of Chu Yang again. It showed a sense of closeness. Chu Yang smiled slightly and reached out his hand. The sword hilt seemed to hesitate for a moment before it cautiously landed in his palm. The sword intent whizzed over and wrapped around it. The sword hilt trembled in Chu Yang's palm with some probing and caution. Chu Yang revealed a warm smile and opened up his heart. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword were encouraging, waiting, and anticipating. The next moment, the sword hilt made a very slight vibration. Then, the tribulation sword made a clang. The fine cracks that originally existed between one segment and the other disappeared completely. The entire sword was as clear as water and as steady as a mountain. The sword body shone, as if the wind and clouds were moving. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little more at ease in his heart. Yes, it was a sense of ease, the feeling of having someone to rely on and a sense of security. At the same time, his mind became blurry and he trembled. Unconsciously, he entered the tribulation space. He saw that the tribulation space now was more than 10 times or 100 times bigger than before. Purple gas filled the air everywhere. In an empty space, the sword spirit danced with the sword, drawing out mysterious marks. It was the sword technique of the tribulation sword segment. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. When my 5 fingers close, the heavens are about to fall. When the tribulation is scattered, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the heavens, blood is as black as ink. The first update has been delivered. Requesting monthly votes. Let the monthly votes fly for a while. I'll continue to write. There are more updates in the afternoon. 10 chapters today for more to go. G. To be continued. Chapter 13:27. The power of life and death is in my hands. When my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. When the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. Tribulation Sword, Section 1. Looking at the sword moves made by the sword spirit, Chuyang had a strong feeling of the world is in my hands. This was a kind of indescribable confidence and indescribable arrogance. The power of life and death is in my hands. This was the first move of Section 1. This move was really arrogant to the extreme and had a kind of awe-inspiring power. It seemed to be announcing to the whole world with the attitude of a monarch. The power of life and death in this world is in my hands. This was a killer move with both attack and defense, and it took advantage of the situation. When this move was used in actual combat, the person facing this move, facing this magnificent and irresistible aura, would have a feeling of submission from the bottom of his heart. Invincible. They could only surrender. Under this move, if I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Life and death are all in my thoughts, and it depends on my mood. The second move, when my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. It made this kind of aura a step further to the extreme. The first move was only used to deal with people, but the second move was used to deal with the sky. When my fingers close and hold this sword, even the sky is about to fall. Not to mention my enemies, they can only be turned into powder under this move. Anyone who is my enemy will not be lucky enough to survive. The third move, when the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather, it was a completely violent attack. It seemed to gather the wind and clouds again and again. It exploded again and again. Each time, it was more powerful than the last. After the first 2 moves gathered momentum, it exploded completely in this move. Just like the waves of the Yangtze River and the rising tide of the sea. When it exploded for the first time, it completely exploded and destroyed everything. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. This was the last move. But this move was also the most bloodthirsty. After slaughtering the whole world, it still turned the world upside down, and blood flowed like a river. The blood was as black as ink, staining the world. These were the 4 moves of controlling the world. In each move of these 4 sword techniques, they all revealed a kind of aura, control. In Chuyang's heart, the first few sword techniques of tribulation, sword flowed, slowly like a transparent stream. Then, Chuyang suddenly realized that there seemed to be a change when he reached the sword hilt. A qualitative change. Did you feel it? The sword spirit asked in high spirits. With the fragment of the calamity sword in hand, the sword spirit's weakness miraculously disappeared without a trace. He instantly recovered his full mental state. Furthermore, it had improved by a huge step. I feel it. Chuyang said heavily, it seems these 4 moves. It has the effect of increasing the power of the previous 20 moves. Yes, only with a sword hilt would a sword have a strong support. They also have commanders and strategists, the sword spirit said. Just like an invincible elite force, this is a team. Any one of them is invincible. But when such teams work together, it's easy for them to fight for themselves. Therefore, when such a group encountered a large-scale battle, it was instead unable to win. Because, no matter how strong he is still a sheet of loose sand. At this time, we need strategists to join in and act as a hand to command and control these experts. From a mass of loose sand, it condensed into a fist, to unleash the greatest battle power, or even more than 10 times the battle power, to seize victory and destroy the enemy. And this strategist has to integrate himself into it first, understand and create the strongest strategy according to its strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, he has to go through the entire sword. Therefore, the sword hilt is the root and the commander. The sword spirit said softly. Chu Yang pondered and said, I understand. For example, my brothers, when we all have great achievements, whether it's Duxing, Xun, GMO, Little Wolf, Wushang, Batong, etc., each of them alone is enough to dominate an area. But each of them has their own temperament and characteristics. Therefore, if they are not well matched, they may not be able to unleash their strongest battle power in a team battle. For example, if Duxing is paired with Wushang, their battle power will be wasted. If GMO is paired with Kadi, their battle power will be insufficient. Batong is paired with Chonghua, but they are more than flexible and not steady enough. Therefore, at this time they have to match different battle power according to different enemies. And at this time, the sword hilt has to balance them. For example, the addition of Tianji. The sword spirit smiled. Yes, that's right, Chu Yang pondered and said. That is to say, among the brothers, Tianji is the soul, the commander, and the controller. Wrong. The sword spirit said. Mo, Tianji is not the soul, neither is he the controller, but he is the commander. Oh, Chu Yang said. This is like a country. When the army goes out on an expedition, there are generals, deputy generals, and marshals in the army. Generals, deputy generals, and deputy generals each have their own duties and abilities. If they are well matched, they will be successful. And this coordination is in the marshal's hands. Mo Tianji's current position is the marshal's position. It's the position of the sword hilt. And you, Chu Yang, the tribulation swordmaster, are the controller. You are outside the battle situation, but you control it. You are the decision maker. You point out the direction, and then they work together. Your role in the country is the emperor, because only the emperor can command the marshals. The sword spirit said heavily, This is the position between the two of you. Chu Yang nodded. Then he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. According to what you said, then won't Tianji, Duxing, Wushang, and the others become my subordinates? The sword spirit thought for a while and said, What I said just now was just a metaphor. However, what you said also makes sense. Because this kind of relationship, if you deliberately develop in the direction of superior and subordinate, then they will naturally become your subordinates, and there will definitely be no resistance. This is the most harmonious relationship between superior and subordinate. But if you don't want to develop in this way, that's fine too. But between brothers, there also needs to be a division of seniority. Otherwise, it will still be a plate of loose sand. So, how you want to position yourself is up to you. The sword spirit reminded him, and now is not the time for the final positioning. Chu Yang made a sound of acknowledgement, but he kept this matter firmly in his heart. If they developed into a subordinate relationship, they didn't have to wait until now. If that was really the case, then wouldn't he be separated from the group? Would he become a loner? Chu Yang would rather not have such a relationship, but he didn't say this out loud. When he thought of this, he even became a little wary of the sword spirit, not wanting to let the sword spirit know his true feelings. What I want are brothers, and what I want even more is the joy of brothers being together, not some hegemony, much less some obedient subordinates who can die for me. Brothers can die for each other because of feelings. Subordinates can die for their superiors because of their rank and mission. Although both were going to die, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, completely different. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt a stir in his dantian. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, sword guard, sword tongue, and sword hilt all started moving at the same time. Under the command of the sword hilt, a streak of purple aura slowly appeared on every part of the sword body, eventually converging into a shiny purple line and entering Chu Yang's dantian. After entering, it split into three and became 3 strands of primordial real silk, entangling with the original 2 strands of primordial real silk and becoming a small purple ball before it quieted down. Chu Yang had only obtained 2 strands of primordial real silk after expending so much effort, but under the sword spirit's call, the power that was split from them actually increased by 3 strands. It increased by 1.5 times out of nowhere. It was equivalent to a sudden doubling of their strength. Then, when the dust settled on these 3 strands of primordial real silk, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Chu Yang's dantian. This force was so ferocious, it was so domineering and so sudden. It was so sudden that even Chu Yang himself couldn't react in time. With a loud bang, Chu Yang's black clothes exploded into pieces. In this purple crystal cave, he actually became naked all of a sudden. The next moment, the force rushed out of the surface of his body and shot in all directions. Then, with a whoosh, a wave of purple aura suddenly surged in the entire purple crystal cave. Countless strands of purple crystal power and the spiritual energy of the universe contained in the purple crystals suddenly swarmed toward Chu Yang without any regard for their lives. Then it turned into a ball of fine gas and seeped into every pore of Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He maintained a comical pose and looked at himself with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. What's going on? The sword spirit said, "This is the benefit you deserve after obtaining the tribulation sword fragment." Chu Yang couldn't answer him anymore because spiritual energy was also gushing into his mouth at a crazy rate. Chu Yang felt that at this rate he would probably explode and die from the impact of this violent energy in the next moment. His meridians had already been expanded to the limit. Wisps of purple spiritual energy, together with the natural spiritual energy in this cave, surged through his meridians like a tsunami. Chu Yang was very puzzled as to why the sword spirit didn't store this force into the tribulation space. But in reality, the sword spirit was watching with a smile on his face. Just when Chu Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, the primordial real silk in his dantian suddenly moved. The heaven-splitting divine technique slowly circulated at this moment. With just a breath, all the spiritual energy of the universe that had entered Chu Yang's body suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, the spiritual energy outside was still gushing in therefore. Every time the feeling of an explosion that was about to reach a critical point arrived, the heaven-splitting divine technique would circulate and absorb it completely. The color of the primordial real silk in his dantian would become even brighter. This cycle repeated, wave after wave. Chapter 13:28. The spiritual energy in the purple crystal cave was endless. It was so dense that it could almost turn into water and flow. Just like that, it madly poured into Chu Yang's body without end. But Chu Yang's layered heaven divine technique was neither too fast nor too slow. It was like an extremely precise and law-abiding machine. Only when it reached a critical point would it suddenly operate and suck. And so Chu Yang fell into such a cycle. One moment his body was empty. The next moment it was so full that it was about to explode. Even his meridians started to bulge outwards. Even his muscles were swelling. And the next moment it was empty again. At this moment, the layered heaven divine technique had completely become a bottomless pit. It was unhurriedly but greedily devouring the spiritual energy in the purple crystal cave. In the end, Chu Yang simply let it go. "All right, since it's not much of a threat to my life and I'm not needed, I'll just take a rest. You can do whatever you want." Chu Yang simply used his inner vision to check the changes in the primordial real silk in his dantian. After about 2 hours, Chu Yang finally discovered that the color of the primordial real silk had stopped at an extremely bright and dazzling level and was no longer changing. Then, as the next wave of spiritual energy slowly accumulated, another strand of primordial real silk as thin as a hair slowly appeared then. Chu Yang watched with great interest as this new strand of primordial real silk slowly unfolded at an extremely slow speed. It slowly grew longer, thicker, and expanded. What the heck? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with this sentence? Then it slowly stopped at a normal thickness. It started to change color. From a dull purple color, it slowly started to turn into a bright color. Chu Yang finally understood something. Sword Spirit, I understand now. The Sword Spirit was startled. What do you understand? I understand why the layered heaven divine technique is so slow in this world and has no effect at all. Chu Yang said seriously, so it's because the spiritual energy in this world can't support the normal operation of the layered heaven divine technique at all. The Sword Spirit touched his nose and said very doubtfully, I remember. I've told you about this reason before. Chu Yang was stunned. You did. The Sword Spirit was stunned. Didn't I? Chu Yang, did you say that? Under Chu Yang's clear and questioning gaze, the Sword Spirit finally felt that his thoughts were in a state of chaos. So he admitted defeat. Well, let's just say that I didn't say that. Chu Yang glared at him and said, You never said that. What do you mean by forget it? The Sword Spirit felt like vomiting blood. Then Chu Yang said, You only introduced the primordial real, silk, the last time. He suddenly recalled that although the Sword Spirit's explanation the last time wasn't as comprehensive as his own, it wasn't as. However, he did say it, but it was a little vague. He could only say unyieldingly, I just didn't say anything. The Sword Spirit remained silent. This guy was already unreasonable. Furthermore, he was his host. What was the point of competing with him? After a long time, Chu Yang seemed to have heard some movement outside. There was a paw sound, followed by a su-su sound. It seemed as if dust was falling, or as if sand was scattering all over the ground. What's that sound? Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. The energy in the purple crystal cave outside has already been sucked dry. It has turned into a pile of powder and is falling down from the rocks, Chu Yang said in horror. You're saying the entire cave of purple crystals outside has already been sucked dry? It hasn't even been 8 hours since it was sucked in, right? The Sword Spirit said speechlessly, This isn't you sucking it in. It's the heavenly divine technique that's sucking it in automatically. This speed is even faster than Ning Tianya, Baluqing, and Wu Jueqing combined. It's absorbed these. If it's converted into ordinary purple crystals, how many pieces would there be? Chu Yang asked with great interest. Not much. The Sword Spirit did some calculations and said, Just a little over 10 million pieces. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air at once, flabbergasted. That's too terrifying. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach, muttering, So much spiritual energy has entered my dantian. If converted into caddies, it's at least a few 100 kilograms, right? Why don't I feel anything? If there's dregs left after the heavenly divine technique is completely digested, do I have to relieve myself again? The Sword Spirit looked at him with a face full of disdain. Then the corners of his mouth twitched as he slowly raised his face and looked at the sky. As he spoke, the sounds of smacking and rustling outside gradually became one. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to surge in like raging waves, and the amount and speed of this increase was extraordinarily terrifying. I'm starting to absorb the energy of the purple crystal cores now. The Sword Spirit said, as if this was a common occurrence. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. That's right. You've experienced many such things in the past. Tell me about it. Is every tribulation, Sword Master, different? The Sword Spirit said, Of course. Everyone's foundation is different and their experiences are also different. So their final achievements are also different. The amount of purple crystals absorbed here, of course, it's also different. In the end, the purple crystals here, it's to test your great Tao foundation and see how great your potential is. Chu Yang said, Oh, The sword spirit said, "The first tribulation sword master, Lei Jian, only absorbed 80% of the purple crystals when he obtained the tribulation. He stopped before he could absorb the purple crystal cores. So, in the end, his cultivation stopped at 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist." Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief and thought, "I'm stronger than him." The second tribulation sword master, Feng Yin, completely absorbed all the purple crystals. When he reached the purple crystal cores, he couldn't continue. So his final cultivation stopped at 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist. Chu Yang thought, "I'm stronger than him too." The third tribulation sword master, Meng Tsang, was similar to the second Feng Yin. The fourth tribulation sword master, Duan Tian, after absorbing all the purple crystals, he also absorbed half of the purple crystal cores. His cultivation reached 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. The fifth tribulation sword master, Yun Dong, was the same as Duan Tian. The seventh tribulation sword master, Qin Fang, was a rare genius. He actually absorbed all the purple crystal cores before he stopped. His cultivation has reached the level of breaking through the void. He's only half a step away from that level. Yes, he's slightly stronger than Bulu Qing before he broke through the void. This person is powerful. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. The seventh tribulation sword master, Lin Zun, regressed again. He only reached 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. The 8th tribulation sword master, Jun Lai, reached the peak of Supreme Martial Artist. He's only one step lower than Qin Fang. Chu Yang said thoughtfully, that is to say, the first 8 tribulation sword masters all obtained the tribulation sword fragment in different environments. Then, their achievements were all different. They couldn't all be in the Pagoda Mountain, right? No, they weren't in the Pagoda Mountain, said the sword spirit with certainty. Chu Yang murmured, that is to say, the highest they've achieved is to absorb the purple crystal cores. Chu Yang recalled that he was starting to absorb the purple crystal cores. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I wonder how far I can go. The sword spirit laughed. You're definitely stronger than them. You'll definitely be able to absorb the purple crystal jade essence. However, how much purple crystal jade essence you can absorb will depend on your luck. Chu Yang laughed. That's good. As long as I'm not weaker than them, I'll be satisfied. The sword spirit rolled his eyes and thought, how can you be weaker than them? Just based on your current state, you're already much stronger than them. As the two of them waited, the purple crystal cores slowly turned into powder from the outermost layer and fell down. However, it would still take some time to completely absorb the purple crystal core that was several hundred feet long. Chu Yang had been standing naked all this time. Although there were no outsiders, he still felt quite uncomfortable. He took out a black robe from his space and sat down cross-legged. He covered his lower body with the black robe and said, I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when I'm done. The sword spirit was stunned. You'll take a nap? At such a critical moment, which of the previous tribulation sword masters wasn't watching and waiting with full concentration? Now that it's your turn, you actually want to take a nap. Damn, I've really met a fucking monster this time. Can you even sleep? Besides, the previous tribulation sword masters couldn't wait to stand up their feet so that the soles of their feet could absorb the spiritual energy. Chu Yang, you're really different. You actually remembered to cover your lower body with a piece of clothing at such a time. Do you know how many channels of spiritual energy are blocked by your cover? The sword spirit was speechless. Indeed, before Chu Yang could finish speaking, the black robe that Chu Yang had just covered himself with was torn into pieces by the violent spiritual energy and fell to the ground like butterflies. Chu Yang was stunned. I'm going to faint. I'm not even allowed to wear clothes? Cough, whatever. It's not like I haven't slept naked before. Besides, you're not a girl. If you were, I'd take you in. As he spoke, he leaned against the wall of the soul of purple crystal and closed his eyes. The sword spirit looked at the surface of Chu Yang's body that was constantly bulging and falling. He gloated somewhat. "If you can sleep like this, I'll really take my hat off to you." After a long while, the spiritual energy continued to flow in wave after wave. The purple crystal cores outside had already started to fall off in large patches. While the sword spirit was stunned, Minister Chu didn't open his eyes again after he closed them. Then his breathing was light and even, and he started to snore softly. He actually really fell asleep. The sword spirit's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at Chu Yang's skin that was still bulging and falling, he was on the verge of breaking down. "My dear brother, you really fell asleep. You're too weird. If the sword spirit had real hair and beard, he would probably be pulling at his own hair right now. I've never seen anything like this before. You're too open-minded, aren't you?" What's there for Chu Yang to be open-minded about? Anyway, there's nothing for me to do. I just have to wait for the final inspection of the results. When I look, it's still this. When I don't look, it's still that. It can't be that I can absorb more just by looking, right? Since that's the case, if I don't sleep, I'm just looking for trouble. To be continued. Chapter 1329. Chu Yang slept for a total of 8 hours. Now, it had already been 2 days since he entered the purple crystal cave. Ning Tianya, who was already waiting at the southern entrance to the upper and lower 3 heavens, sighed. "What's going on? Why isn't it opening yet? Are you trying to kill me with anxiety? I've already waited here for more than a day. I even found a place to have a drink. I'm just getting a piece of the sword. Why is it taking so long?" Supremacy Ning walked over from the entrance, feeling conflicted. He walked over, sighed, turned around, and sat down for a while. How torturous! In the cave, Chu Yang finally woke up from his spring sleep. He felt full of energy, and a feeling of expansion and contraction immediately came over. He couldn't help but be stunned. "It's not finished yet," the sword spirit said speechlessly. "The purple crystal core is almost finished. Less than 10 feet left." Chu Yang was rather anxious. "Why is it so slow?" the sword spirit said helplessly. "This is already very fast. Compared to the previous few people, you're already absorbing at a speed 10 times faster than theirs." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and used his inner vision. He saw that there were already 10 strands of primordial real silk in his dantian shining brightly, and the 11th strand was in the process of forming. So many already. Chu Yang was rather pleased with himself. He didn't even have 1 strand at first, but in less than half a year he actually had 11 strands. This was really awesome. Sword Spirit, looks like it's still going to take a long time. What should we do during this time? Asked Chu Yang. The Sword Spirit grinned. You're open-minded, but I'm not. I'm not in the mood to do anything. Chu Yang said disdainfully, You're so boring. Since the Sword Spirit wasn't cooperating, Chu Yang simply went into the tribulation space and wandered around. He even had the time to take a bath in the soul-quenching spring. Then he took out a jar of wine and a few side dishes from the tribulation space. Then he made himself a cup and poured the wine into it. Unexpectedly, he raised the cup to the Sword Spirit and said, Let's drink today. Who will decide what's right and wrong tomorrow? I raise my eyes and cross my sword. I have a clear conscience in life. Sword Spirit, it's not easy for us to get along. Let me toast to you. Clang! The cup went down. The Sword Spirit looked at the Sword Master eating and drinking in high spirits, and felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Facing the Sword Master, who was open-minded, able to pick up and let go of things. What else could he say? In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang had downed a jar of wine. Then he took out another jar and opened the mud seal. His body was currently experiencing a storm, so he couldn't use his cultivation at all. In other words, he was drinking like an ordinary person. After drinking a jar of wine, he was already a little drunk. But Chu Yang still didn't stop. After drinking a few more cups, he said, Sword Spirit, right now, I'm thinking about the words that Xue Leihan asked Ning Tinya to pass on. The Sword Spirit said, Oh, what happened? Chu Yang said, Xue Leihan said that my love life is actually destined. Because I was too tough in my previous life, Wu Qianshan treated me with gentleness. Because I was too straightforward in my previous life, Tai Batian gave me wisdom. Because I was ruthless in my previous life, Mo Qingguo compensated me with love. Chu Yang was a little drunk. He said, at first it seemed to make some sense. But now that I think about it, Xue Leihan is just spouting nonsense. It's just an excuse to comfort me and help me untie the knot in my heart. The sword spirit frowned. Then what do you think? Chu Yang said, in the end, it's just my own business. In other words, my feelings for Qingguo can't be changed by heaven and earth. I'm sure of this. So, Mo Qingguo, I must have her. Next, let's talk about senior sister Wu. I've always known that senior sister Wu has feelings for me. I've always been avoiding her. But I'm a man. Sword spirit, being together for a long time. You clearly know that this stunning beauty has deep feelings for you. How does that feel? Then, later on, I misunderstood her. I misunderstood that she really became the Empress of Iron Cloud. Later on, the misunderstanding was resolved, but she was already on the verge of death in order to save me. If I didn't care about her, or if I could save her but didn't, or if I saved her and then told her that I didn't accept her, do you think I would still be a man if I did that? The sword spirit was stunned. Then there's Tai Batian. At that time I was unconscious, you were exhausted and in a deep sleep, and I was poisoned by the lust dragon. Tai Batian didn't care about her noble status and sacrificed her daughter's innocence to save my life. And without my knowledge, she gave birth to a child for me. When I found out the truth, if I didn't want them and refused to admit it, what would I do? Then, what kind of person would I be? But all of this goes against the insistence of my heart from the beginning. So, no matter what I do, it's wrong. Chu Yang drank a cup of wine. If I give up, I'm heartless. If I accept, I'm guilty. No matter what I do, it's beastly behavior. It's unfair to them. So now I've finally thought it through. To think that Xue Leihan was so worried that he specially found someone to talk to untie the knot in my heart. In fact, this is a very simple matter. The sword spirit asked why. Simple? Chu Yang chuckled drunkenly. Since giving up is painful and accepting it is also painful, then I might as well accept it. What's the big deal? In short, I'm asking for trouble. I'm asking for it. If it were any other man, I guarantee that there wouldn't be so many problems. Suddenly he roared. Why would there be so many problems? Chu Yang was drunk. The sword spirit frowned and thought to himself, has he let go of these words? Or has he fallen even deeper? This was really something that couldn't be said for sure. If he was a fickle man, there wouldn't be so many problems. But this man was a man who was so serious about relationships, and he even had the memories of his previous life. The sword spirit sighed. There was really no one who could help him with something like this. Chu Yang woke up and got drunk and woke up again. He didn't know how much time had passed. The sword spirit was already so shocked that he was dumbfounded. The absorption of the purple crystal core had been completed. At present, the purple crystal jade essence was almost at the bottom. However, the absorption speed of the heaven-crossing divine technique became faster and faster. There was no sign of it slowing down at all. Just now, it had already surpassed the total of the previous 8 generations of tribulation sword masters, and the speed was still increasing. And the time taken was only 1/10 of the time taken by the fastest of the previous 8 generations of tribulation sword masters. The sword spirit could only exclaim in disbelief at such a result. To be so perverse to such an extent, this was no ordinary perverse. Rustling sounds could be heard. All the purple crystal jade essence turned into powder. Then it finally reached the innermost section, where the souls of the purple crystal were. The spirit chi suddenly condensed into a superstorm, violently rushing over from all directions. With the sword spirit's current strength, Standing beside Chu Yang, he could no longer stand. He had no choice but to hurry back into the tribulation space and look at the spiritual energy storm outside in shock and speechlessness. The sword spirit was already numb. He had long known that Chu Yang was the first generation of tribulation swordmaster and would definitely be different from the previous generations. But even in his dreams, he had never imagined that the difference would be to such an extent. Another 5 days later, at the entrance of the passageway, Ning Tianya already had the urge to curse. He had already waited here for half a month, and there was still no news at all. What exactly was going on? Could there be something wrong with this guy? How could there be such a thing? It was just a broken sword, and it actually took 17 to 18 days? In the cave, Chu Yang woke up. The moment he looked at his side, he got a shock. It was already dark, and there was not much of the original bright, purple spirit chi left. Only less than 3 feet of souls of the purple crystal were still shining. They were still emitting spiritual energy. The speed at which the heaven overarching divine technique was circulating in his meridians was obviously 3 to 4 times faster than before. Chu Yang hurriedly opened up his inner vision. With one look, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Sword spirit, why are there so many? In his dantian there were already densely packed primordial real silk. A rough calculation estimated that there should be 1 to 200 strands. Each strand was purple and lustrous, dazzling. Recalling that half a month ago he only had 2 strands, this was practically reaching the heavens in a single bound. Chu Yang's eyes shone. Sword spirit, there are already 170, 115, 118 strands. The first 100 strands are forming. He was grinning from ear to ear. Previously, I had 2 strands and was already second-grade sword supremacy. Now that I have 200 strands, my cultivation should be at least at Ning Tianya's level, right? The sword spirit pursed his lips. In your dreams, right now, these primordial real silk have nothing to do with your cultivation at all. Just as I said earlier, how much you absorb here can predict your final achievement. It's equivalent to a test. However, it's also equivalent to laying down the foundation of great Tao for you. That's all. Wanting to use the primordial real silk at the heaven overarching divine technique is no different from daydreaming. Stunned, Chu Yang said, in that case, my cultivation hasn't improved. The sword spirit sighed helplessly. You're already improving. Before he finished speaking, that last strand of souls of the purple crystal flashed and turned into the last strand of spiritual energy, which was absorbed by the heaven overarching divine technique. It turned into the 200th strand of primordial real silk that was about to form in Chu Yang's dantian. Then the heaven overarching divine technique actually continued to absorb it before it stopped and stopped. The sword spirit's eyeballs immediately popped out. It wasn't done yet. What did this mean? This meant that so many purple crystals were still not enough. It still couldn't reach Chu Yang's bottom line and couldn't truly test the highest achievement that Chu Yang could achieve in the end. The sword spirit was perplexed. He clearly remembered that when Shuel Leihan had set up this great Tao test back then, he had once said, if the Tribulation Swordmaster can absorb half of the souls of the purple crystal at this heaven overarching divine technique to build his foundation, then this person's future achievements will definitely be above mine. After Shuel Leihan had said that back then, he had even smiled. However, such a person may not appear even once in a million years. To be able to be on par with me is already enough to be of great use. If he's really stronger than me, then wiping out the extraterrestrial demons really won't be a problem. Thinking of this, the sword spirit broke down even more. I'm going to die soon. I'll continue to write the 10th update. Tomorrow it's still the 10th update. To be continued. Chapter 1330. The sword spirit remembered that back then, Shuel Leihan had only set up so many souls of the purple crystal here for the sake of safety. Then he had even said, self-mockingly, If the Lord Saint builds the foundation, will they be used up? Ha! Recalling Xue Leihan's self-deprecating laughter back then, the sword spirit shuddered all over. How could the sword spirit not understand what he meant? Even if the Saint Lord builds the foundation, he wouldn't need so many souls of the purple crystal, because this was the heavens of the lower planes, and he was only testing the foundation with the bodies of ordinary people. However, after Chuyang had absorbed all the purple crystals, purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence, and souls of the purple crystal here, he still wanted more. In other words, he was still lacking a lot. The moment he thought of this, the sword spirit felt dizzy and disoriented. He hurriedly went forward. Lord Sword Master, you must remember that it's best not to tell anyone about how many purple crystals you've absorbed here. Keep it strictly confidential. Chuyang frowned. What's the matter? That will only lead to a fatal disaster for you. Sword Spirit took a deep breath and said, Moreover, it will be a never-ending fatal disaster that won't stop until you're dead. Even the entire Chongtian continent will vanish into thin air because of you. Chuyang was startled. So serious? It's even more serious than that. The sword spirit's expression was very serious, letting Chuyang know that he was definitely not joking. He was describing a fact that was absolutely true. Chuyang's heart quickly settled down. He said dispassionately, Are you afraid that someone will be jealous of you? More than that. The sword spirit smiled bitterly, but this kind of thing really couldn't be explained clearly in such a short time. When there's time in the future, I will explain it to you in detail. But you'd better not tell the Emperor either, not even Xue Leihan. Chuyang found this interesting. The sword spirit was cultivated by Xue Leihan, and now he was showing signs of betrayal because of him. If you tell him, even the Emperor may be implicated and die because of you, said the sword spirit worriedly. His words almost made Chuyang's nose crooked. I thought you were worried about me. You're really thinking too much. Of course I'm worried about you, the sword spirit said cautiously. This kind of demeanor was something that had never appeared on him before. But Chuyang didn't care. He also didn't know that the sword spirit's heart was shouting madly at this moment. Could it be that the sword master I'm following is actually going to be much stronger than the holy sage in the future? Ah, I'm so blessed. Doesn't that mean I might be able to reach the same height as the Emperor in the future? Right at this moment, Chuyang suddenly felt a surge of warm energy gushing out from the primordial real silk in his dantian and into his meridians. Wherever it passed, all the meridians immediately changed. First, it became tougher. Then it became purple and lustrous. Then it slowly expanded. Wherever the warm power went, the meridians there would clearly undergo such changes. In an instant, it had already circled around Chuyang's entire body. Chuyang's meridians also underwent a qualitative change at this moment. But this wasn't the end. A similar surge of warm energy actually emerged from his dantian and expanded his meridians again. It seemed that there was a miscalculation the previous time and the force was too small. It deliberately made up for it again. The sword spirit pursed his lips and smiled. He knew what was going on. Chuyang had eaten that golden blood ginseng before he laid his foundation for the low-level martial way. It was only at this moment that all its effects were developed to the maximum, and this force neglected this matter for the first time. As a result, it didn't use enough force. Then a tsunami-like force gushed out from the primordial real silk and entered Chuyang's meridians. Everything before was in preparation for this moment. This was the real benefit of the Tribulation Sword Master after he obtained the Tribulation Sword Fragment. This was also the power of the Tribulation Sword Master at the heavenly layer. Chuyang felt as if he had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. His entire body started to heat up. The heat, pressure, and expanding force at this moment almost made him moan. But at the same time, he also felt that his cultivation was rapidly increasing at the speed that he could feel. After he came out of that 1,000-mile tunnel in the northwest, Chuyang had only just advanced to the beginner's second-grade sword supremacy. But now, the moment this force appeared, his cultivation had already broken through the beginner level and was steadily advancing toward the next level. It was like the gentle waves of the ocean. It didn't seem very powerful, but one mustn't forget that behind these gentle waves, there was still an entire ocean supporting it. Everywhere it passed, it was bound to destroy everything in its path. Chuyang endured all the pain in his body and carefully felt the feeling of this upgrade. Compared to the previous advancements, this time was completely different. Second grade sword supremacy was reached in the blink of an eye. Then, those gentle waves didn't stop. They continued to surge forward at a constant speed, straight toward the high level and then the peak level. An hour later, Chuyang's entire body shook violently. He let out a muffled groan, and 2 lines of blood flowed out of his nostrils. The bottleneck of third-grade sword supremacy had been completely destroyed by that gentle wave in the most domineering way. The force rushed into the brand new meridians. It first changed and then widened. Then it continued to surge, breaking through the beginner third grade and then the next level. When it reached the peak of third-grade sword supremacy, this force finally stopped advancing. It wasn't that it was unable to continue, but it had to leave some time for Chuyang to experience the third-grade sword supremacy. So this is the Heaven Divine technique. Chuyang took a deep breath. Until now, he had finally realized and admitted that this set of techniques that he had always thought to be ordinary and had never used before was really the number 1 technique in the heavenly layer. No, it should be said that it was the number 1 technique in the Heaven Imperial Court. He became a third-grade sword supremacy, just like that. Chuyang didn't feel that it was real. He looked at his hands carefully, a little excited. But he didn't know that at the same time that he became a third-grade sword supremacy and that the force was slowly receding, all of a sudden, the entire heavenly layer underwent an unbelievable change. Under everyone's astonishment, the originally clear and boundless sky suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Such a phenomenon occurred in the upper 3 heavens, the lower 3 heavens, and the upper 3 heavens at the same time. Endless black clouds suddenly emerged from all directions, as tall as mountains. They swarmed, clustered, and squeezed together. With lightning speed, they gathered in the sky and rushed toward the sky at the same time. All of this had happened without a sound or warning. But everyone who saw it clearly seemed to hear the ancient war drums and the roar of the thunder god. The gathering dark clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. Those were clearly the troops of the demon gods invading and devouring the continent. They were fighting. They were fighting. Slowly, pieces of the clear sky were assimilated and turned into ink. There seemed to be endless blood pouring and flowing in it. Then it condensed and turned black, becoming an ink-like color. Countless lives were struggling, trembling, howling, unwilling to be devoured. Everyone felt an oppressive pressure. They only felt that their souls were trembling and wailing in despair. When the last piece of the clear sky was covered by the dark clouds, everyone had a feeling that they had completely lost all hope. It's over. The whole world was plunged into darkness. They couldn't even see their own fingers. But everyone knew that the dark clouds in the sky didn't stop. The dark clouds were still gathering and pressing down. The feeling that the world was going to be destroyed weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. What was going on? Was the continent going to be destroyed? But no one dared to move, because it was all dark now, and they couldn't see anything at all. No one knew what they would touch if they moved. Some people were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They couldn't move anymore. Both their legs were trembling. The might of the heavens was endless. This endless darkness and deathly stillness lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Just when everyone was in despair and thought that the world would be plunged into darkness and the heaven-level continent would no longer exist, suddenly a ray of golden light appeared in the sky. The The sudden appearance of this ray of golden light attracted the attention of everyone in the world. The golden light was very small, and it was only a very thin ray. But now, in the entire world, there was only this ray of light. No other ray of light could be seen. The sudden appearance of this ray of light in the eternal darkness caused countless people to shed tears. Following that, the golden light suddenly changed and turned into a sword in the next moment. It expanded 100 million times in the wind and appeared in the world. Its entire body shone with golden light. It was 10,000 zhang long and 10,000 zhang wide. It was majestic and unexcelled in the world. At this moment, this sword used its own light to illuminate the entire heaven-level continent. Then the sword suddenly moved. It was as if an invisible giant had raised the sword with one hand and slashed down at the mountain-like dark clouds in the sky. This sword was ferocious and domineering. Everywhere it passed, there was a flash of lightning, splitting apart the haze and revealing a sliver of light. A gap was revealed in the dark clouds. Following that, this sword continued to slash and stab without stopping. It slashed up and down, left and right, and slashed down. It was as if a single person was facing the sky full of gods and demons fighting alone. On the heaven-level continent, countless people raised their heads to watch. It was as silent as a dead zone. It was as if countless ordinary people were watching a hero fight. The golden sword shone, and the dark clouds were broken into pieces. They slowly retreated from the center of the sky and went back to where they came from, disappearing without a trace. The sky regained its azure blue color once again. That sword stood in the sky, unexcelled in the world. From the silent heaven-level continent, there was a sudden uproar of cheers. Everyone was jumping for joy. The golden sword flashed in the sky and disappeared. At the same time, in the passageways of the heaven-level continent's upper and lower three heavens. Chapter 1331. At the moment when the sky was as dark as ink. In the upper three heavens, Mo Tianji and his brothers were gathered together. The world suddenly darkened. In the strange darkness, Mo Tianji's voice slowly sounded. "It's here." Luo Kadi asked in a daze, "What's here?" Mo Tianji didn't answer. He only said, "Have you hidden your families?" Gu Dexing, Ao Xiun, and the rest said at the same time, "Yes, we've been waiting for this day." GMO and Xiedanchong also nodded. Luo Kadi finally understood and hurriedly nodded. The Dong clan has also been arranged. Mo Lei Er's father, the Black Demon, is with the Mo clan. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said softly, "Brothers, the most difficult moment in our lives, and also the moment that can determine our future, has arrived." The brothers didn't say anything. Their eyes were shining in the darkness. The phenomenon in the sky is the appearance of the Calamity Sword Fragment. The appearance of the fragment means the opening of the heavens. Today is the day we rush up to the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji's voice slowly drifted in the darkness. "I want to know how your preparations are going." Mo Tianji said softly. Gu Dexing said, "I'm a sword supremacy now, second grade peak." Ao Xiun said, "Second grade peak." Xiedanchong said, "Me too." GMO and Luo Kadi said, "Me too." Mo Tianji smiled. "I'm only first grade peak. I'm much weaker than you guys." Everyone laughed at the same time. "Your strength doesn't lie in your cultivation. First grade peak is enough." GMO smiled. "Tianji, even if you don't have any strength and need someone to feed you, you're still very, very strong." Mo Tianji sighed helplessly. He was speechless. Every time he faced GMO and Luo Kadi, Mo Tianji would be at a loss. These two treasures seemed to have the ability to make people not know whether to laugh or cry at any time. "I don't have any strength and need someone to feed me? Even if I need someone to feed me, I need someone to feed me? What nonsense is this?" Mo Tianji really wanted to kick him in the face. Holding back his anger, Mo Tianji said, My current strength is still not enough. So, GMO interrupted. Who cares if it's enough or not? Just charge forward, regardless of life or death. Mo Tianji flew into a rage. Get out! Before he finished speaking, the sound of a beating could be heard. It was Gu Duxing, Ao Xiun, and the others who couldn't stand the words of this bastard GMO and attacked him at the same time. Then a furious voice filled with strong grievance and pain was heard. GMO said, "So, why did you hit me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" It was Luo Kadi. It turned out that GMO knew that he would definitely be beaten. Taking advantage of the pitch-black darkness, he silently arrived behind Luo Kadi and spoke. After saying that, he immediately left. Gu Duxing and the others followed the sound and made their move. Luo Kadi was upright and straightforward. He didn't have time to identify who it was before he turned into a pig's head. Stop messing around. Mo Tianji had an extreme headache. These bastards. He was completely speechless. Listen to me. Mo Tianji shouted in a low voice. He was furious. Immediately, everyone quieted down. Mo Tianji had conquered all his brothers with his incomparably astute and clear-headed mind in the past year or so. At this moment, once he was angry, everyone immediately became obedient. Only Luo Kadi muttered in a low voice, "Did I get beaten up for nothing?" But his voice was also so low that it was almost inaudible. Mo Tianji ignored him. "Now, let me tell you how we should go up." GMO muttered in a low voice. "How else can we go up? Isn't it just walking up from the passageway? Do we have to lie down and be carried up like boss? Or crawl up?" At first, he was muttering, but then he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha. I remember what Luo Kadi always says. I'll blow you up into the sky with a fart. Do we have to be blown up with a fart by a little wolf? Ah! Spare me." Before he finished speaking, GMO once again tasted the consequences of his cheap mouth. This time, everyone was dead serious. The 5 of them attacked at the same time, especially Luo Kadi, who used the most strength. Even Mo Tianji stepped in and kicked this guy twice. Finally, he became obedient. While GMO was moaning, golden light suddenly shone in the sky. A huge golden sword illuminated the sky and earth for thousands of miles. Then, that sword started to slash powerfully, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The brothers forgot to mess around. They all looked up at the sky in a daze, their eyes full of pride. Boss's sword. Then, there was a tremor from the sky to the ground. A message was transmitted to everyone's hearts. There was no need for words or transmission. Everyone knew that the passage to the heavens had opened. "It's opened." Mo Tianji's face became stern. "Now, let's talk about serious matters." Everyone immediately straightened up. "Same old thing. The problem is how to go up. GMO said just now, it's nothing more than walking up through the passage. But how do we go up? How do we go up without being suspected?" Mo Tianji's sharp eyes swept across everyone. "Boss said it very clearly the last time he came back. There are many experts in the upper 3 heavens. With our current strength, 2nd grade supreme martial artist sounds very impressive. In the upper 3 heavens, we can be considered kings. But in the upper 3 heavens, it's nothing. When the sword appears, the heavens will open and the tribulation will be born, killing our way up to the heavens. Not only do we know, but everyone in the big clans also knows. Once our identities are exposed, we'll die without a burial ground. GMO said just now, how do we go up? Then let me ask you now, how do you plan to go up?" Mo Tianji asked angrily. "According to your thinking, we'll go up and be beheaded." GMO shrunk his neck and said carefully, "Actually, I'm just a fart." Everyone wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to laugh and held it in. "So, once the passage to the heavens opens, there will definitely be people from the big clans guarding it. We have to go up. We can't do it silently, but we have to go up, and we have to use these passages to go up." Mo Tianji said, so we have to come up with a strict plan now. We can't rush, we can't. We have to listen to orders. If we mess up at any step, all of us will die. As he said that, he gave GMO and Luo Kadi a warning look. GMO and Luo Kadi raised their pig-like heads and promised, we won't cause any trouble. If we cause trouble, we'll be bastards. We'll listen to your orders. We'll do whatever you say. They said in unison, and they even rhymed. Mo Tianji sighed helplessly, thinking that he would have to stay with these two treasures for thousands of years. Even Mo Tianji had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Next, let's come up with a plan. Mo Tianji's voice lowered. We need to, like this, on a piece of ice and snow wasteland. A figure, dressed in black, with long hair, he stood on the flat ground. But his aura and demeanor made it seem like he was standing in the heavens, looking down at the world below. A sturdy and graceful figure was nestled beside him. Both of them raised their heads slightly and looked at the sky above. It was the clear sky and bright sun that had just been rescued from the darkness. The passage to the heavens is open. The man in black's hair covered half of his face. I'm going back. Danfeng, do you want to come with me or stay here? These two people, they were Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng. At this moment, Tan Tan still had a youthful and frivolous aura. There was also a remnant of his past temperament in his demeanor. But overall, his entire demeanor had changed completely. Originally, he was comical, lively, but now he was much calmer and more sinister. There was also a hint of domineering aura that was faintly discernible, but always surrounded him at all times. Xie Danfeng said softly, I'm your wife. Naturally, I have to follow you. People often say that if you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. Since I'm married to you, how can I leave your side? Tan Tan smiled, that's right. If you're not by my side, I'm really worried that I'll turn into a monster when I really merge. Xie Danfeng smiled gently and hugged his arm tightly. Full of trust, she said, you won't turn into a monster. After a pause, she said, I'll follow you even if you turn into a monster. I'll let you turn back. Tan Tan smiled happily. Only this smile showed that his nature hadn't changed. It was still the original Tan Tan. He said, I finished absorbing all the Divine Clan aura in the past 3 days. All the Divine Clan energy that can help me improve is already in my body. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He said slowly, I'm already a second-grade supreme martial artist now. I wonder how Chuyang is? What grade will he be? Xie Danfeng smiled. You'll understand when you see him. Tan Tan laughed. Let's go. Let's go up. Xie Danfeng said, do you want to prepare? At this moment, the big clans must have control of the entrance. Tan Tan mischievously smiled. They're just eggs in front of me. He laughed heartily as he held Xie Danfeng's waist. Then the two of them floated in the air with a whoosh sound. Then they disappeared without a trace in a flash. Only an invisible lightning could be seen in the sky. It broke the seal of space and formed a temporary black hole. Then it wreaked havoc towards the entrance of the passage, Law Enforcement City. The Dharma Supreme stood at the highest point in his black robe. He looked at the clear sky and was deep in thought. The heavens have opened after all. The Tribulation Sword Master has finally obtained the Tribulation Sword Fragment. Could this be fate? Can it really not be reversed? The Dharma Supreme murmured to himself. Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officers in the Northwest sent a message saying that they can't contact any of the law enforcement branch in the Northwest. All the law enforcement officers who hid their identities and infiltrated the Li clan have also disappeared. There's no news about them. The 4 law enforcement officers returned and reported that the master of the interrogation hall, Lang, was attacked and framed by the Li clan in the Northwest and died an unnatural death. Dharma Supreme, please make a decision. There's such a thing. The Dharma Supreme was furious. To be continued. Chapter 1332. A black shadow appeared beside him and said, yes. Currently, the Li clan is in charge of the entire Northwest region. All the affiliated clans have been mobilized and are as secure as an iron bucket. They are on guard all around, allowing entry but not exit. They have used fresh blood to draw a demarcation line, saying that anyone who crosses this line will die. The Dharma Supreme's long hair swayed without wind. How dare you? The black shadow's voice was as calm as water, flat and straightforward. According to my guess, the law enforcement branch we sent in the Northwest region has probably been uprooted. Those who entered the Li clan have probably been wiped out as well. Master Lang Yilong pursued the extraterrestrial demon's accomplices into the Northwest region, but was mercilessly killed by the Li clan. There is no doubt about this. The Dharma Supreme nodded slowly. The black shadow continued. And according to my analysis, there must be a reason why the Li clan suddenly became so powerful. The Dharma Supreme said, oh. The black shadow said, Lord Dharma Supreme, the Li clan had been tolerating and compromising previously, but this time they suddenly became so powerful that it was a complete mess and baffling. But today, this subordinate suddenly understood. The Dharma Supreme said without any change in his expression, you mean, yes. It's about the tribulation, Sword Master. The Li clan suddenly became powerful. And after the Li clan suddenly made their move, the Tribulation Sword Master actually coincidentally obtained the fragment of the Tribulation Sword Master and opened the passageway to the heavens, beginning the true path of conquest for the Tribulation Sword Master. You mean the Li clan already knew about it a few months in advance? The Dharma Supreme's gaze was far away. Exactly. The black shadow smiled lightly. Other than this reason, I really don't know what other reason could make the Li clan act so crazily against the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers at the same time. The Dharma Supreme took a few steps and frowned. He said, I remember that you didn't believe that Li Xiongtu was one of the tribulations. The black shadow was a little embarrassed. His monotonous voice finally changed. He said this, I really didn't dare to believe that the tribulations would be exposed so easily. But the Li clan's action this time was obviously to be the vanguard for the tribulation, Sword Master. If I can't figure it out, then I can only kill myself. The Dharma Supreme pondered for a moment and said, I still have some doubts. I have always felt that Li Xiongtu is not the tribulations. However, since things have already come to this point, then, whether he is tribulation or not, the Li clan must be destroyed. The black shadow said in a deep voice, yes, if it's not tribulation, then it's perverse and heinous to cause such chaos. If it's tribulation, I'll kill him and sever the great crisis of tribulation's reunion. Exactly. The Dharma Supreme nodded indifferently. He then asked, how are the 8 great clans? The black shadow said, the 8 great clans have already dispatched their secret forces to the Northwest. He had once sent a letter to us, the enforcers, to assist in eliminating the Li clan. Apart from the fact that the Chun clan had offended Wu Jueqing along the way and had 40 to 50 of their men killed. As for the other great clans, their strength is still intact. After a pause, he added, the Lan clan is slightly weaker. Okay, the Dharma Supreme nodded. Then he thought for a while and suddenly gave an order. Pass down my order. All law enforcement officers in the world, take action immediately. Head Hall, Hunting Hall, and Dark Hall, take action immediately. 1/3 of the Hall of Elders was mobilized. Together with the 8 great clans, they could gather all their strength. Destroy the Li clan first. Yes, go. Hold on. The Dharma Supreme muttered to himself, his expression somewhat complicated. The person I asked you to pay attention to? The black shadow paused. Sir, you mean Di Wu Qing Gru? That's right. The Dharma Supreme said, "Send a message to the Juga clan. Let Diwu Chingru rush to the law enforcement hall at night. Then Diwu Chingru will be in charge of this encirclement." The Black Shadow was shocked. "Diwu Chingru will be in charge." The Dharma Supreme waved his hand. "Do it immediately." His voice was resolute and unquestionable. Although the Black Shadow was full of doubts, he could only accept the order and leave. "Diwu's bloodline. If it can be revived, it's all up to you." The Dharma Supreme's black hair fluttered as he looked at the sky and muttered to himself. At the same time, in the Yi clan, Yi Qinchin came out of the ice heart room where Yi Zue was locked up. After Yi Zue returned, Yi Qinchin locked him up here and checked him bit by bit. Finally, to his horror, he discovered that this great-great-great-grandson of his was really cultivating a kind of evil martial art. Moreover, he had already started to transform his demonic body. This discovery left Yi Qinchin almost at his wit's end. He had no choice but to lock Yi Zue in the ice heart room, hoping that the power of ice and the righteous energy of heaven and earth would be able to eliminate the demonic aura for him. Although he knew that it was unlikely, Yi Qinchin really couldn't bear to cripple Yi Zue right now. Among the younger generation of the Yi clan, Yi Shifeng was already dead. Yi Xiu left a letter and went out to search for some medicine. He even said clearly that if he couldn't find it, he would never return. The others were basically all killed by Yi Zue. If he killed Yi Zue, the Grand Duke, the Yi clan would be in a very awkward position. Yi Qinchin sighed, unable to make up his mind. Then he saw a strange phenomenon in the sky. Yi Qinchin's expression changed drastically. After a long time he returned to the ancestral hall and sat quietly for 2 hours. Had the Yi clan come to an end so quickly? Then Yi Zue walked out, only leaving behind a sentence. "I'm going out for a while to take a look at the Shao clan." Then, with his 2 old brothers, the 3 of them left together. Purple Crystal Cave. 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist. Sword Supremacy. Chu Yang chuckled. "If I see Yi Zue now, even if he's a 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist, I'll be able to thrash him." The Sword Spirit chuckled. "Congratulations, Lord Sword Master. The path of conquering the heavens begins today. Now, all the passageways in the entire heavens have been opened." Chu Yang was startled. "They've been opened?" The Sword Spirit nodded affirmatively. "Then I'll have to leave this place quickly and rush to the lower 3 heavens to take a look." Chu Yang said, "Although Ning Tianya has gone, I'll still be worried if I don't see it with my own eyes." The Sword Spirit nodded with a smile. "Okay." Chu Yang stepped out, but right at this moment he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then his whole body trembled. The Sword Spirit was stunned. Chu Yang was also baffled. Just a moment ago he had wanted to go out, but suddenly a force had attacked him and stopped him in his tracks. The force was so great that he almost couldn't stand stably. Furthermore, this surge of power also carried a sense of urgency. "What's going on?" Chu Yang looked at the Sword Spirit and asked in puzzlement, "Huh?" The Sword Spirit was perplexed. "What's the problem?" Chu Yang scratched his head in puzzlement. He turned around and saw that the ground was full of purple crystal powder. There was also nothing unusual on the stone walls. He stepped out again, and the same thing happened again. It held him back tightly. Chu Yang frowned and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything. "Lord, here!" The Sword Spirit suddenly pointed to the bottom of the cave and said, "To be continued." Chapter 1333. Chu Yang turned around and saw that the bottom of the cave was where the misty flower used to be. At this moment the flower was gone, but there was a round plate. It was as flat as a mirror. Originally, it was just sitting there quietly, but just as Chu Yang was about to leave, it suddenly emitted a faint glow. Chu Yang was startled and walked over with big strides. The Sword Spirit was a little disdainful. "It's in this cave. It can't run away. Tilt your head and you'll see it. It's only 4 or 5 steps." This guy actually walked over with big strides. The sword spirit was a little speechless. It's okay for you to show off outside, but there are no outsiders here. What's the use of showing off in front of me? If Chu Yang knew what the sword spirit was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he would fire the sword spirit immediately. Damn it, I'm not showing off. It's just that there's a huge attraction over there. When it sees that I'm going there, it can't wait to suck me over. If I don't take big strides, I'll be sucked dry the next moment. I'm also helpless. As Chu Yang walked over, the round plate shone even brighter, as if it was excited, and it was getting bigger and bigger. By the time Chu Yang went over, the round plate was already the size of a big table, lying flat on the ground. Chu Yang looked down and really didn't understand why such a plate stopped him. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" The sword spirit behind him almost laughed. Even if you're talking to a chicken, it's at least a living thing. But you're actually talking to a plate. But the next moment, the sword spirit was suddenly stunned. He saw that Pan stood up with a whoosh sound and stood in front of Chu Yang. The light on the plate flashed, as if it had heard Chu Yang's question. It was greeting Chu Yang. Chu Yang's scalp suddenly exploded. Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered such a supernatural event. He braced himself and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The light on the plate flickered, brightening and dimming. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. He felt that what he was doing was very boring. It seems that this plate can only shine, but it can't communicate with me. Just as he was thinking about this, the plate suddenly flashed and became a little bigger. Then, to Chu Yang's disbelief, all of a sudden, the surface of the plate trembled violently, and a wave of dense ripples passed by. 3 blood-red words suddenly appeared on the plate. "Who are you?" Chu Yang was startled by this peculiar phenomenon. It was also for this problem. Who am I? How should he answer this question? Am I human? I'm a man? Or am I Chu Yang? I'm the master of Calamity Sword? None of the aspects seem to have anything to do with this game, right? Chu Yang rubbed his nose. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment. He was a little conflicted. A few more words appeared on the plate. "Do you know the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace?" Chu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Purple Heavenly Palace. Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Zi Hao. Chu Yang suddenly felt deep veneration for him. That peerless hero who fought against the extraterrestrial demons and didn't forget to leave his last words until his death. "Junior, please don't forget to battle the heavenly demons in the outer realm." Could it be that this plate was actually related to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Chu Yang stood there in a daze. He felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. At this moment, there were words on the plate again, but they were repeating the same 2 sentences. "Who are you?" "Do you know the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace?" "Who are you?" "Do you know the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace?" The 2 sentences on top. It was this wooden expression that appeared over and over again. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and his consciousness entered the tribulation space. As soon as he entered, he was shocked. The 10 holy crystals and the divine crystal formed a huge circle in the tribulation space. They floated in the air and emitted a purple divine light. When they saw Chu Yang enter, the 10 holy crystals and the divine crystal suddenly floated in front of him. Chu Yang looked at them in a daze and murmured, "As expected, there is a relationship between the 2 of you." At this moment, the plate behind Chu Yang seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, it swelled up with a whoosh sound and supported the entire cave with its indomitable spirit. Slowly, it turned into something like a door. A purple light flashed, and lines of blood-red words appeared on the surface. First, a line of explanation appeared. "When the extraterrestrial demons enter the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, they can only fight to the death. Millions of brothers, after years of bloody battles, pledge to go to war today. Firstly, it is for the brothers to finally reunite. Secondly, it is to encourage the brothers to kill more enemies. However, we will definitely die this time. Those who pledge to be our masters here are all men of iron. When the future generations learn of this, they must leave their names for us, so that my brother's illustrious name will not be buried forever. Purple Heaven Emperor Zihao kowtows and begs. Chu Yang was shocked. This place actually recorded the pledging scene of the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace's final expedition. Moreover, Zihao, with his incomparably noble status as the Purple Heaven Emperor, actually said the words kowtows and begs. What kind of weight was this? In the end, the plate did not show that magnificent and tragic scene. Only after that, lines of words left by different people appeared. Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. I am the first to slaughter the extraterrestrial demons. Sun Tue, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, fought bloody battles. Protector of the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. Lung Yu, the pledging battle. Chu Yang thought of a sentence. Seventh brother Lung Yu fought against the extraterrestrial demons and was killed. Chu Yang's blood boiled as he praised, "Good man." Sun Tue, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, fought bloody battles. Good. Fighting the extraterrestrial demons outside the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, accompanied by millions of brothers. But with this body on the hot soil, who cares about what the future says? Purple Heaven Guardian, Han Chong, pledged to be our master. He remembered Zihao saying, Brother Han Chong was trapped in the Heavenly Wolf Pass alone and fought until there was only one soldier left. He exploded and died. Chu Yang was shocked. This Sir Han Chong died a heroic death. But from these few words, he was also a free and easy person. Today we will fight with our demonic souls. Don't let me down. If I don't die this time, I will return and slaughter Saint Monarchs. Saint Monarch Zhong, fuck you. Purple Heaven Guardian, Han Chong, pledged to be our master. This Sir Han Chong was really cute. He had a straightforward personality and was extremely daring. If I don't die this time, I will return and slaughter Saint Monarchs. And that extremely rude scolding made one unable to hold back their laughter. Chu Yang also felt a deep sense of sorrow. If this Saint Monarch was willing to send troops to assist the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, would the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace have fallen? With so many heroes, why would they have to die? My name is Bai Luo. I am going to Bai Luo. If there is a next life, I will fight the extraterrestrial demons again. Purple Heaven Guardian, pledge to be our master. Cultivate my battle saber and slay the extraterrestrial demons. I will not turn back. Whoever dares to humiliate the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, I will not let go of the enmity for life. Purple Heaven Guardian, pledge to be our master. Chu Yang sighed. Unexpectedly, Zihao's words came to mind. Second brother Shui Gu will guard the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. I will turn into blood. This Sir Shui Gu must be an absolutely responsible person, and he loved the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace deeply. Even though he pledged to be our master, he also issued a warning. Who dares to humiliate the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? I will not let go of the enmity for life. And his final duty was to guard the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. He would die in battle to protect the millions of Purple Heaven Imperial Palace's people. A free and unfettered genius, a saber, a sword, and a flute. After this death, can you dream of the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? Purple Heaven Guardian, pledge to be our master. Lord Saint, if we die in battle, please send troops to the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace after we die in battle. Lord Saint, fuck you. I can't fuck all the women in your family in this life, but I will continue in my next life. Invincible Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. Long live the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. If we die, we die. What's there to talk about? I don't think I will die. I heard that there is a plague over at the extraterrestrial demons. Who is protecting the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? My heart is really cold. It's good that you are dead. Out of sight, out of mind. Hundreds of billions of Heaven Imperial Palace people Are all of you dead? Even if I die of old age, I am still a master, better than those who drag out an ignoble existence. I hate the Lord Saint. I will fuck his mother in my next life. The Lord Saint's mother died long ago. I heard that he still has a daughter. You bunch of trash! This is a pledge ceremony. Don't talk about such useless things. If you can come back alive, then we will go together. Following Lord Z, how my whole life, even if I die in battle, it will not be in vain. The words above are really good. They actually said not in vain. TSK, TSK. I didn't say anything. I will just say, fuck the extraterrestrial demons to death. I will add another sentence, and the Lord Saint. I heard that Lord Snow's troops were blocked. I only hate that I am not a Lord Saint. Next generation, brother. I have nothing to say. My parents, relatives, wife, and children are all gone. I will just say this one last sentence to you. Fight, fight, fight. Only death. Brothers, everyone is dead. Don't forget to form a team with souls. I am scared alone. Dream on. If you die here, what bird soul will you have? It would be better if birds have souls. The information above became faster and faster. It started to be like a waterfall. Chu Yang looked at the words one by one. Sometimes he clenched his teeth. Sometimes he smiled silently. These were such good men, such adorable soldiers. Most of these people spoke rudely and directly. Some were even unsightly. But these were heroes that deserved respect. They laughed at life and death and faced strong enemies. Even their last words had their own merits. Some were carefree, some were angry, some were funny. Just from this short sentence, one could completely infer each person's temperament. But they all had the same goal and died for the same goal, to fight the extraterrestrial demons. There was a lot of information, but it was also very fast. After a long time, it finally returned to normal. Like flipping a page of a book, the door made the action of flipping a page and disappeared without a trace, revealing a huge round plate below. There were 100 holes on the round plate. There were 10 small ones surrounding a big one. The bottomless, dense purple gas began to flicker. Chu Yang looked at it and suddenly felt a little familiar. When he looked at the positions of the 10 holy crystals and 1 divine crystal in the tribulation space, he suddenly realized. The holes on the plate corresponded to the positions of the holy crystals and the divine crystals. My writing speed today is very slow. My whole body is light and I feel dizzy. And I wrote a big foreshadowing of the future plot. It is also the foreshadowing of the book's biggest climax. This is the 3rd chapter. I am afraid I can't finish the 10 chapters today. I have overestimated my physical strength. I will continue to write. I will write as much as I can. I will make up for what I owe next month, but it will not be double the amount. Please understand. And G, to be continued. Chapter 1334. Purple light flickered and around the 100 holes. 20 words appeared. Each of them was vigorous and powerful. Accept my purple cloud tower and fulfill my wish back then. Always remember. Exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang was stunned. Purple cloud tower? What was that? Suddenly his heart shook violently and he thought of a possibility. This purple cloud tower couldn't be this pagoda mountain. For a moment his mouth suddenly went dry. The words flickered as if they were urging him to hurry up. Chu Yang said quietly and sincerely, I, Chu Yang, swear to the souls of thousands of predecessors that I will exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. With a wave of his hand, the holy crystals and divine crystals eagerly left the tribulation space and appeared above the round plate. Purple light instantly shone brightly. The next moment, with a whoosh, the divine crystals and the holy crystals flew out at the same time. As if they had been away from home for tens of thousands of years, they cheered and jumped into their mother's arms. They flew onto the round plate and took their places. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It was completely seamless. In an instant, the 100 holes above were all blocked up. With a flash, the holy crystals and divine crystals disappeared into the holes. Then, the round plate slowly shrank and spun slowly. It spun to the side of Chu Yang's wrist and rubbed against it gently. Chu Yang's wrist was immediately cut open. The round plate spun and suddenly revealed a sense of sadness and reluctance, as if it was silently bidding farewell to its original owner. Then it moved closer to the fresh blood on Chu Yang's wrist. The fresh blood quickly dyed the edges of the round plate red. Then, the round plate suddenly flew up. The wound on Chu Yang's wrist was completely healed and became smooth again. The round plate spun slowly and landed gently in Chu Yang's palm. Chu Yang said softly, "You don't have to worry. I will treat you well. Besides, I will also fulfill Lord Z's lifelong wish and exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. From now on, you are my partner." The round plate jumped in Chu Yang's palm, as if it was agreeing and rejoicing. Then it disappeared in Chu Yang's palm. At the moment when the round plate disappeared, the cave wall in front of Chu Yang silently separated into two sides, revealing a passage with purple aura. At the entrance of the passage, there were two large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: "Congratulations!" Chu Yang's eyes widened. This was Xue Leihan's handwriting. Chu Yang finally understood. He completely understood. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds was definitely related to Xue Leihan. Moreover, this relationship should not be a small matter. And after the death of the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, left behind, there was definitely not just one legacy in the Northwest, but two. And this legacy should have been secretly done by Xue Leihan. The reason why the Calamity Sword fragment had such a purple crystal to test the foundation of the Great Tao was because Xue Leihan was looking for a successor for the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds. If the other masters of the Calamity Sword passed the test in other places, they would come here immediately, and this was the standard for the selection, the real selection. The most likely reason why the other masters of the Catastrophe Sword failed was that they were tested here. They couldn't go far, and their great path foundations were too weak. They couldn't bear the inheritance of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. They couldn't meet Xue Leihan's requirements either. On one hand, Xue Leihan was using the Tribulation Sword of that great power to find the Tribulation Sword Master. He was also using this opportunity to find a successor for Heavenly Emperor Purple Firmament. Calamity Sword's initial goal wasn't to reorganize the heavens, but to fight the heavenly demons in the outer realm. Xue Leihan had indeed given a lot of thought to this. There was only one Tribulation Sword Master. In other words, it was his turn. But the first 8 didn't pass, and he was afraid that he wouldn't pass either. So, he might as well let him lead the Tribulation Sword through half of his life and experience all the hardships of the world. Then, he would reverse time and let him be reborn. Because he was already Xue Leihan's only hope as the 9th Tribulation Sword Master. Otherwise, with the Pagoda Mountain right here, even if others couldn't recognize such a treasure, with Xue Leihan's knowledge and cultivation, how could he not feel it? Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Xue Leihan's painstaking plan could definitely be considered grand and huge, and he had put in a lot of effort. But he still decided that when his cultivation was high enough, he would definitely beat Xue Leihan up. This guy had really caused him too much trouble. Led a wandering life since young, his master's sect was destroyed, and his master died. He would never know his own background. When he was at his lowest point, he arranged for his best lover, and she rejected him even though he clearly wanted to accept her. In the end, she died in his arms, causing him lifelong regret. Then he was schemed to death by his most intimate brother. In his previous life, it was simply a combination of all the bitter experiences of the past and present. That was why he became the Tribulation Sword Master in this life. But with such an experience, if he didn't take revenge on Xue Leihan, Chu Yang felt that he wasn't fit to be a man at all. That bastard. As for the word congratulations carved here by this huge bastard, was it to congratulate him? Or was it to congratulate the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zi Hao, for finally finding his ideal successor? Chu Yang walked along this purple path, and purple fog filled the entire way. The sword spirit was isolated on the outside. Fluttering, he walked to the end. At the end, there was a huge seal. It was placed neatly in front of him. It was just a seal, but it actually gave off a mighty and solemn feeling. Chu Yang picked it up gently and saw 4 words printed on the place where the seal was originally placed. Eternal purple clouds. Then his body shook violently. This seal suddenly turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Chu Yang's body. Before the final battle, store all the remaining resources of Purple Cloud's heavens into the Purple Cloud's pagoda. Not a single drop of the extraterrestrial demons. Those who obtain the inheritance can open it when their cultivation reaches a certain level. Hold my battle sword and charge into the Purple Clouds. Destroy all the extraterrestrial demons and let the Purple Clouds shine again. Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. The next moment, he suddenly felt that there was an additional small pagoda in his tribulation space. It was shining with purple light all over. He tried to enter this pagoda, but he couldn't. In a trance, those 10 holy crystals flew up and danced on this pagoda. The first level glowed, faintly. That was where the divine crystals were. The round plate that had already entered his body flew out with a whoosh and turned into 2 large doors, stopping quietly on top. When you can open this pagoda, it will naturally open. A voice rang out, but it only said 1 sentence. Chu Yang shouted, Shuo Leihan, where are you? Come out. But the surroundings were silent. Shuo Leihan was nowhere to be seen. Chu Yang immediately understood. This must have been said by Shuo Leihan tens of thousands of years ago. It was to remind the person who obtained this pagoda. The sword spirit had already returned to the tribulation space. At this moment, the sword spirit's heart. Only shock, respect, to this tribulation sword master that he followed. Chu Yang's future would be. The sword spirit didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, what's wrong with this person? Really, damn, so big, really shameless. This person must have seen that the sky was dark just now. He simply ran out and wanted to take advantage of us. No way, he can't see who's beautiful and who's ugly when the sky is dark. Who's taking advantage of us? This kind of person doesn't care about beauty or ugliness, as long as it's, yes. Everyone beat this shameless person, beat him to death. So disgusting. Chu Yang woke up from his daze and immediately felt that his surroundings were in a mess. Following which, there were also some things flying towards his body. He couldn't help but be confused. What was this? When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. In front of him, there was actually a large group of hundreds of people looking at him with strange expressions. There were men and women, old and young. Chu Yang exclaimed and asked, Who are you people? How could there be so many people in this pagoda mountain, in this purple crystal cave? Then he realized that the things flying towards him were actually some stones and tree branches. There were also a few eggs. What was going on? Chu Yang hurriedly dodged. What's going on? There were a few women in the group who seemed to be very shy. As they shouted coquettishly, they covered their eyes with their hands and secretly peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Pervert! I'm going to kill you to prevent you from violating public decency. A righteous young man came out with a sword and stabbed towards Chu Yang. But Chu Yang clearly saw jealousy and depression in his eyes. Lecher! Kill him! Another person shouted, I've never seen such a shameless person in this world. The one who said this was a woman, her face cold and arrogant. Chu Yang couldn't make head or tail of it. The sword spirit reminded him in the tribulation dimension, the pagoda mountain has already entered the dimension and is gone. You're standing on the main road now. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. But why are they attacking me? The sword spirit smiled mockingly. I don't know either. Chu Yang dodged a sword and a saber and caught 3 stones flying towards him. He caught a few eggs. Then he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seemed like his body was cold. He looked down. He couldn't help but shout, "Ah, I'm not wearing any clothes." But of course, when Chu Yang was undergoing the great Tao test in the purple crystal cave, the violent spiritual energy had already torn all his clothes into shreds. He had also gotten used to being in the purple crystal cave all this time. Now he had suddenly collected the entire pagoda mountain, and he himself was baffled as to why he had appeared in broad daylight in this world. It would be strange if he wasn't treated as a freak by others. At this moment, the great and upright Minister Chu was completely naked. He was fighting, dodging, and on the side of the road it was actually the forest where he had fought with Yi Zue. In that instant, Chu Yang was really embarrassed. No wonder it felt so empty down there. I'll dodge. With a leap, Chu Yang covered his face and rushed out. Cough! Chu Yang covered his face. This was the first time in 2 generations. With a whoosh, he disappeared, leaving behind a bunch of baffled people. Where's that person just now? He's gone. Chu Yang rushed into the forest anxiously. He immediately took out a set of black clothes and put them on. Only then did he let out a long breath. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. The next moment he remembered this road has always been very secluded. There shouldn't be so many people. What are so many people on the road going to do? Continue to write the 5th update. G. To be continued. Chapter 1335. The heavenly passageway was finally opened. Ning Tianya sighed. He was also shocked by the changes in heaven and earth for a long time before he remembered Chu Yang's instructions. Yes, it would be good to go down and take a look. Swaying his body, he walked slowly toward the entrance of the passageway. It was around here, not far at all. Ning Tianya could overtake it with just a quick movement. When he reached the entrance of the passageway, he saw that there were already people from the Lan clan standing guard. Not far away, there was also a house of the Lan clan. By the looks of it, they had been standing guard here for a long time. Many people were coming out of the house and walking toward the entrance of the passageway. Old man, what are you looking at like a thief? Where are you going? Just as he turned the corner, someone suddenly shouted. Ning Tianya was stunned for a long time before he realized that this old man was referring to himself. He couldn't help but become angry. Do I really look so familiar? I want to go down. All of you get out of the way. Ning Tianya really didn't even have the interest to fight with this small fry in front of him. Go down? You want to go down? The burly man from the Lan clan laughed. You want to go down in the afternoon. You want to go down just because you want to? Who do you think you are? Are you Ning Tianya? Ning Tianya was both angry and amused at once. This guy is really impressive, guessing who I am with just one sentence. Unfortunately, it's sarcastic. Yes. How do you know that I'm Ning Tianya? Ning Tianya asked with a smile. That burly man was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter and said in a strange tone, You're Ning Tianya? Ha ha ha. Old Ning, you don't recognize me? I'm Baluching. The 7 or 8 burly men beside him laughed so hard that they were convulsing. Ning Tinya's face darkened. These few bastards, I simply can't tolerate them. I was half angry at Chu Yang, and now that I'm here, I'm half angry again. And it's these few wretched small fries. In a rage, he shouted, Get lost! An awe-inspiring aura was suddenly released. The next moment, as if they had seen a ghost, these 7 or 8 people suddenly went limp and couldn't move at all. Ning Tianya snorted coldly. Suddenly, he felt that there was really no need for the Lan clan to exist. But then he felt his murderous intent because of these few small fries. It was really beneath his status. However, a feeling suddenly arose in his heart. If the people of the Lan clan really don't know what's good for them in the lower 3 heavens this time, they will definitely be punished. Then let's just kill him. He walked in leisurely, passing by 7 or 8 people and entering the passageway. At this moment, in the Lawn family's team behind them, he was still several hundred feet away from this place. They watched helplessly as someone who did not belong to the Lawn clan entered the passageway. They couldn't help but be greatly surprised. However, when they chased after him, Ning Tianya had already disappeared without a trace. Ning Tianya sped along the passageway. In just a short while, he had already walked through half of the passageway. There was no surprise or joy in his heart, only calmness. At this moment, he saw a black line flying towards him from the other side of the tunnel. Ning Tianya was taken aback. The person coming from the other side was very strong. Could it be within these 3 days? There was such an expert. While he was pondering, the person in front of him was getting closer and closer. Only then did Ning Tianya realize. It was a black-robed man who had his arm around the waist of a young girl. He flew over as if he was flying, and in the blink of an eye he was right in front of Zhang Xian. Then that black-robed man also let out an ah. When he noticed Ning Tianya, he actually stopped. From extreme speed to standing still with a person in tow, it was actually as smooth as flowing water. It was incomparably natural. This kind of control also made Ning Tianya exclaim in admiration. The person's long hair was disheveled. His silky hair was draped over his shoulders, but it gave off a strange feeling. Moreover, this person's appearance was also very strange. One of his eyebrows was pointing upwards straight, while the other was pointing downwards, also straight. One of his eyes was big, while the other was small. Moreover, the 2 ears seemed to be somewhat asymmetrical. Ning Tianya only took a glance and already felt that he couldn't bear to look at him. This guy looked too miserable. He was about to brush past him. However, he saw that this person actually reached out and stopped him. Ning Tianya raised his head in surprise. He saw that this person was looking at him. His face suddenly filled with shock. Ning Tianya was even more puzzled. Could it be that he knows me? Then he heard this person ask in a shocked voice, "Old man, am I handsome?" Ning Tianya felt a little dizzy at once. Handsome? With your looks, which part of you is even close to handsome? But Ning Tianya also knew that even though this person's strength was weaker than his, it was probably not much weaker. If they were to fight, it would really delay time. And this person didn't seem like a bad person. He smiled and said, "Handsome. You're simply too handsome. This old man has lived for so many years, but I've never seen a second person more handsome than you." "Waha! Old man, you have good taste." The black-robed man laughed loudly. Holding the girl beside him, he walked past Ning Tianya and walked forward. It was as if he suddenly stopped just to ask someone if he was handsome. Ning Tianya shook his head and continued to walk forward. Then he heard a voice behind him. Sure enough, the aesthetic standards of the upper 3 heavens are different from those of the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens. Both the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens say that I'm ugly. Who would have thought that now that I'm in the upper 3 heavens, I immediately become a handsome man? This voice was actually somewhat complacent. The voice gradually faded away. He heard the girl say, "Well, you're very handsome to begin with. Of course, ha ha ha." Finally, it disappeared. Ning Tianya almost fell. He thought to himself that the passage to heaven had finally opened, and the first person to go up was actually a lunatic, and a very powerful one at that. Shaking his head, he flew all the way and disappeared into the passage. Everyone knew that the 2 people just now were, of course, Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng. Tan Tan was very happy now. He walked forward as if he was floating. He had just entered the passage when he was sure that the old man was stronger than him. There was no need for him to be afraid of him, but he was sure that he was very handsome. This was what made Tan Tan the happiest. Another group of people came in front of him. The group was neat and orderly, entering in a single file. It seemed very organized. It was the large group of people from the Lan clan who had set off for the lower 3 heavens. These people had been waiting here for more than half a year. After the Grand Duke went down, there was no news until now. The clan was extremely anxious, especially now that the younger generation of the Lan clan was almost all dead. The clan was even more anxious. A few days ago, there was news of 2 dukes being killed. The clan gave a strict order. As soon as the passage opened, go down and find the Grand Duke immediately to see how he was doing now. Therefore, as soon as they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, everyone immediately started to make preparations. After that, they immediately set off. They didn't expect that there was actually someone who was earlier than them. An old man actually went into their clan's passage first. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Even if that old man was an expert, it was the same. Therefore, everyone decided to catch up with that old man and teach him a lesson. There were quite a few supreme martial artists in this group of people. They walked halfway through the passage. Then they saw a man in black coming toward them. He had a strange appearance and was incomparably vile. However, what made everyone feel the most uncomfortable was that this extremely vile-looking guy was actually holding a stunning beauty. This made everyone feel a little unbalanced. Actually, Xia Danfeng's appearance was 1 in 1,000. She was quite good-looking, but she definitely couldn't be considered a peerless beauty. However, now that Xia Danfeng was by Tan Tan's side, with Tan Tan's appearance as a contrast, how was this a peerless beauty? She was practically a fairy. No, even fairies weren't this beautiful. What devastatingly beautiful. What shameful flowers obstructing the moon. All of them were on Xia Danfeng, who was beside Tan Tan. All of them were overshadowed. At this stage, this group of experts didn't have any lustful thoughts anymore. However, now that they saw such a standard case of a fresh flower being inserted into cow dung, they still felt that it was a little wasteful. However, this had nothing to do with them. Even if it was a pity, they could only pretend that they didn't see it. Someone couldn't help but curse. Immediately, someone stopped him. Our mission is to go down to the lower 3 heavens and see if there's any progress with the Grand Duke. If there's no progress, we'll capture the Tribulation Sword Master's woman. This is a matter of life and death for our Lan clan. We can't create unnecessary problems. As for the passage, there will naturally be people guarding it. Our journey is more important. Seeing that they were about to pass by, everyone pretended not to see and hurried on with their journey gloomily. The 2 of them were talking through telepathy. By right, others shouldn't be able to hear it. However, Tan Tan's cultivation was several levels higher than theirs, and he also had the secret technique of the divine clan. He heard it clearly and couldn't help but be startled. These people are from the Lan clan? They're going to capture the Tribulation Sword Master's woman? Isn't that Chu Yang's woman? So you're going to capture my sister-in-law? Thinking of this, how could he hold himself back? He immediately stood still, opened his hands, and blocked the passage. Hey, all of you stop! The experts of the Lan clan were startled. You should be laughing if we don't find trouble with you. Now you're actually finding trouble with us? Is there something wrong with your head? Holding back their anger, they asked, What's wrong? Tan Tan raised his head, raised his chin, and asked, Do you think I'm handsome? The supreme martial artist from the Lan clan felt dizzy. He said angrily, What does it have to do with me, whether you're handsome or not? Get out of the way. Tan Tan said stubbornly, No, you tell me first, am I handsome or not? Immediately, 2 people laughed out loud. One of them said mockingly, What a bastard. He looks like dog shit and actually has the face to ask others if he's handsome or not. Instantly, there was a burst of laughter. Tan Tan's face darkened. He said angrily, You said I look like dog shit? Are you sure you're talking about me? That person said, I don't know whether you look like dog shit or not, but I see a pile of dog shit in my eyes asking others if he's handsome or not. Before he finished, Tan Tan roared furiously, How dare you call me dog shit? He stretched out his hand and grabbed. His arm suddenly extended infinitely. He grabbed the man's head and pulled him over. Pa! He slapped him on the face. Then he slapped him again. He slapped him on the face more than 10 times. He asked, "Am I handsome or not?" He was using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Now he was even more merciless. After more than a dozen slaps, that person's head had turned into tofu pudding. He was already dead. How could he answer his question? But Tan Tan didn't let it go. He said furiously, "You actually didn't answer my question." He grabbed another person and asked fiercely, "Am I handsome or not?" Looks like it's 5 chapters. Yes, the remaining 5 chapters will be added in the second half of January. After midnight, I'll post a single chapter and go to sleep. I don't know if I can wake up tomorrow. So, I don't dare to say if there will be an update. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day. I'll explain next month's update plan in a single chapter. I'll ask you in advance here. I want to rest. What do you think? And G. To be continued. Chapter 1336. Everyone from the Lan clan was stunned. The one who was slapped to death was a genuine mid-grade martial saint. Just like that, he was killed by a few slaps from this hideously ugly person? What kind of martial art was that arm suddenly lengthened just now? It was unheard of and unseen before. An ordinary supreme martial artist could only use his aura to seal the space with a wave of his hand and condense his aura into a physical object to form a huge palm and slap down. But that was, after all, illusory. But this person had clearly extended his arm several times longer, and it could be clearly seen that his arm had become as thin as a chopstick. But with a grab, a mid-grade martial saint expert couldn't even resist and was directly pulled over. And the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists beside him didn't even have time to react. Then the other side started slapping. It must be mentioned that during this period of time, the few supreme martial artists wanted to save him. But every time the other party's palm flashed, it didn't seem like a slap, but a move. A killer move. Every time he waved his hand, the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists would feel that the other party was attacking them. As long as they rushed forward, they would expose their biggest weakness to the enemy and be at his mercy. Therefore, no one dared to rush forward for a moment. Then, Tan Tan had already killed one of them. Then he grabbed another one and asked in a fiendish manner, "Am I handsome?" The crowd still couldn't see how he did it. They only felt that when he reached out, another mid-grade supreme martial artist was caught in his hand without any resistance. Everyone gasped at the same time. This person was definitely an expert, and an expert that they couldn't afford to offend. But all the supreme martial artists in the heavens had records in the Lan clan, but there was no information about this person. Who exactly was this person? The face of the leading supreme martial artist twitched. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile on his face and said, "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Haha, we've never met before and are just passers-by. I hope that on account of being a fellow martial artist." Tantan gave him a sideways glance and said, "Shut up! I'm asking a question. Are you blind? Are you deaf? Are you insensible? Don't you know that it's best not to interrupt when others are talking?" The supreme martial artist in the lead only felt a fire burning from the bottom of his feet to his brain. Aren't you going too far? Even Xia Danfeng felt that Tan Tan had gone overboard today. She couldn't help but pull Tan Tan's sleeve. What he meant was, "They didn't provoke us. You've already killed one of them. Don't make any more trouble." Tan Tan transmitted his voice. "It's not that I want to cause trouble. These people have gone down to capture Chu Yang's wife." Xia Danfeng was gobsmacked. She suddenly understood the reason why Tan Tan was so domineering. Others might not know the relationship between Tan Tan and Chu Yang, but how could Xia Danfeng not know? These people wanted to capture Chu Yang's wife, but they just happened to run into Tan Tan. If Tan Tan was willing to let them pass, that would be truly inconceivable. "Your Excellency, in the Jianghu, you must know that the mountains don't move and the rivers do. Leave a way out for yourself so that we can meet again in the future." The leading supreme martial artist gritted his teeth and said with a glare. Tan Tan ignored him, and continued to ask the person in his hand, "I'm asking you a question. Answer quickly. Am I handsome?" That person was so angry that he was about to curse out loud. He would rather die than submit. But he saw the leading supreme martial artist giving him a desperate look. Obey him first and save your life. Deal with this murderous god first. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head to look at Tan Tan's face. Swallowing his anger, he went against his conscience and said, "Handsome! You're really too handsome." Tan Tan flew into a rage. "How can you say such unconscionable words? You actually take me for a fool. What's the point of living for such a heartless person like you?" With a snap, his neck was twisted and broken. That person died with a pair of eyes wide open and slowly fell to the ground. He didn't expect that he would be killed after going against his conscience to praise him for being handsome. The leading supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was instantly enraged. He shouted furiously, "Your Excellency, what exactly do you want? I can't scold you, nor can I praise you. Do you really want to be enemies with the Lan clan?" Tan Tan raised his left eyebrow and raised his right eyebrow. His left eye slanted and his right eye glared. He raised his chin and said, "You really have no reason to speak. What do you mean by being enemies with the Lan clan? I made friends with the Lan clan out of goodwill and asked if I was handsome. But the first person scolded me sincerely. If I don't kill him, should I keep him alive? The first person scolded you, so it's understandable for you to be angry. But what about the second person?" The supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although the second person praised me, he didn't mean it. He must be scolding me in his heart too. If I don't kill such a dishonest person, should I keep him alive? Tan Tan said rudely. The supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was so angry that he was trembling all over. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are too much." Tan Tan snorted. He reached out again and caught another one. This time he caught a first-grade supreme martial artist. He grinned evilly and said, "Tell me honestly, am I handsome?" This supreme martial artist had been fully focused on his defense. He didn't expect that the moment the other party reached out, he would be caught. In that instant, his soul left his body and his heart was in turmoil. Tell me honestly? Does it even need to be said? Just look at you, who is neither human nor ghost. How can you be considered handsome at all? But what if I scold you? With a bitter face, he said, "Sir, do you want me to say that you are handsome? Or do you want me to say that you are ugly?" Tan Tan angrily said, "Speak with your conscience. Don't tell me that you don't have a conscience." "Okay, I'll tell you honestly, you are actually really not handsome." This supreme martial artist braced himself and said with an honest attitude. Tan Tan's face changed instantly. As if he was about to cry, he shouted, "You are lying. What you said is a lie. If I am not handsome, then who else in this world can be called handsome? What is the reason for you to slander me like this?" With a sudden shout, he raised his hand and smashed the head of this honest, first-grade supreme martial artist into smithereens. The people of the Lan clan looked at this scene with grief and indignation. Tears welled up in their eyes at once. It looked like they were about to charge at him, but the next moment, Tan Tan was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He said furiously, "All of you are lying. All of you are making trouble without reason. All of you are cruel and unscrupulous. All of you are extremely vicious, lying through your teeth. Is there still justice in this world?" In an instant, the muscles on the faces of the dozens of people opposite him twitched and their eyes turned red. "These words should be said by us." Tan Tan shouted, "Say, if I don't kill all of you, is there still justice in this world?" Everyone's eyes turned red. Is there still justice in this world? Why did we have to meet such a crazy hand over your lives? You bunch of despicable people. Tan Tan roared like thunder. He rushed over with grief and indignation. "You are too shameless. I will destroy you on behalf of justice." The experts of the Lan clan were so angry that they were tongue-tied. They had seen unreasonable people before, but they had never seen such an unreasonable person. First, you blocked the way, then you captured people, then you killed people. When you were praised, you killed people. When you were scolded, you killed people too. Even their own people asked, "What do I have to say to make you satisfied?" You wanted people to speak the truth, but when they spoke the truth, you were instantly enraged. Not only did you kill people, you even wanted to kill all of them. Justice? For the word justice to come out of your mouth, it is really a waste of this word, but in the blink of an eye, Tan had already rushed into the crowd. He raised his hand and said, "You fake king!" Bang! "You actually dare to bully me!" With a bang, the two of them flew out. Xia Danfeng was speechless. Who was the one bullying who? "Don't bully me, I am very weak." Tan roared. His long hair fluttered as he charged in. In just a few words, more than 10 people had already fallen on the ground. Go! Fight to the death! The leading supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was full of grief and indignation. Kill this crazy person! However, everyone knew that they were definitely no match for this madman. Tan was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. When the enemy surrounded him, he roared, "How dare you say that I am not handsome?" Suddenly there was a roar. A ball of blazing flame appeared on the left side of his body, but the right side of his body suddenly became cold and frosty. With a wave of his left hand, a ball of fire rolled out. A person on the left couldn't dodge in time. When his palm came into contact with it, his whole body was instantly set on fire. With a scream, he turned into a pile of charcoal. With a wave of his right hand, a martial saint expert on the right was turned into a popsicle. With a kick from Tan, he shattered into pieces of ice on the ground. The leading supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was shocked. "You are from the Divine Clan. Who are you to the Divine Clan?" Tan chuckled. "I will let you experience happiness. When you grow old, you will be the king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. How about it? Are you satisfied and happy to die in my hands?" That supreme martial artist trembled. Suddenly, he flew backward rapidly. He actually abandoned all his subordinates and fled at full speed. The king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan had appeared. This news must be reported to the clan. Even if too many people died for this, it would be worth it. As long as he could send this news back, everything would be worth it. Tan laughed. "You have insulted my character, and you still want to leave." This supreme martial artist had only fled 400 to 500 feet when he heard a series of smacking sounds coming from behind him. Then, with a whoosh, someone caught up from behind. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "3 stars!" Although he knew that the entrants couldn't hear him, he still wanted to try his best. What if they could hear him? Before he finished speaking, a pressure as heavy as a mountain came down from the sky. Tan flew down. A fierce aura locked onto him. Behind them, all the experts of the Lan family had died an unnatural death. Tan leaped down. This supreme martial artist threw a punch, but his fist was caught. When he tried to kick, his leg was locked. He roared with all his might and was about to explode. But Tan punched him hard in the stomach, scattering his internal energy completely. The next moment, he had already grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. With a smile, he asked, "Do you want to die knowing the reason?" This supreme martial artist stared at him intently. He hissed, "Please." He really didn't understand why the king of the sacred race would suddenly find trouble with them. There was no reason. "You want to capture the woman of the Tribulation Swordmaster, so I will kill you." Tan smiled strangely. "Let me tell you a big secret. The Tribulation Swordmaster is my senior brother. Happy New Year, everyone. G. To be continued. Chapter 1337. Tribulation Swordmaster is my senior brother. Not to mention the Lan clan's supreme martial artist, who had a strange and shocked expression after hearing this. Even Tan himself was shocked by this sentence. All along, The awakening Demon King consciousness had recognized the Tribulation Sword Master as his greatest enemy. But now, when Tan Tan said the words Tribulation Sword Master is my senior brother, it was so natural. That's it. Why? Why did it change? Tan Tan examined himself with some doubts, a thoughtful look on his face. Then, unknowingly with a crack, he broke the Supreme Martial Artist's neck. I understand. The Supreme Martial Artist breathed out his last breath. So that's it. I wonder how he felt before he died. There's no way to verify this, but the strangeness of his mood is inevitable. The Tribulation Sword Master's junior brother is the king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan, and the 3 Stars Divine Clan, after disappearing for tens of thousands of years, has started to appear more and more frequently in the world recently. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on this world. Tan Tan, what's wrong with you? Seeing the strange expression on Tan Tan's face, Siet Danfeng asked worriedly. Nothing. Tan Tan grinned and drove the strange emotion out of his mind. He thought, what's wrong with this? Is it strange? Chu Yang is my senior brother to begin with. Is he no longer my senior martial brother after becoming the master of the Calamity Sword? If that's the case, why do I still feel strange? With this thought, he suddenly felt relieved. In an instant, Tan Tan returned to his original, carefree self. He suddenly hugged Xie Danfeng and kissed her hard on the face. Xie Danfeng immediately blushed and pushed him away with all her strength. This is a bit strange. Chu Yang has always been a meticulous person. He has always been the one to plot against others. No one has ever been able to plot against him. Why is it this time? How did the Lan clan find out about such important news? Tan Tan tilted his head and thought for a while. He muttered to himself, how did the Lan clan find out? This is a bit strange. It's quite unfavorable for Chu Yang. Xie Danfeng rolled her eyes. You want to go and take a look? Tan Tan said, I must go and take a look. If I don't go to the Lan clan and find out, I won't feel right. I'll prepare to kill a few people. Let's set a few fires to celebrate my return to the upper 3 heavens. What do you think? Xie Danfeng excitedly said, I'll go with you. Fighting is my favorite. Let me set the fire. Xie Danfeng had always been a fearless person. She had been full of vigor even before she had met Tan Tan. But now, she had become more and more eager to see the world plunged into chaos under Tan Tan's pampering and indulgence. What should we do if we go there? Tan Tan asked. Make trouble first. Xie Danfeng excitedly suggested, when you get there you should first ask, am I handsome? Of course, you'll be scolded by others. Then, you can create a huge ruckus. After that, you can look for the clan head of the Lan clan and ask for an explanation. Once the clan head of the Lan clan is out, things will be easier. Good idea. Tan clapped his hands. All of a sudden, his face stiffened, and he slowly turned his head around. Why do you want to use my face to provoke him? Do you also think I'm not handsome? Xie Danfeng rolled her eyes. Why are you so handsome in other people's eyes? Being the most handsome in my eyes is enough. In other people, your face. Just treat this sentence of yours as the fuse of war. My face is the fuse of war. Tan Tan was extremely aggrieved and furious. It's all the Lan clan's fault. They actually made you think of such an intolerable idea. Let's go. Let's get even with them. Xie Danfeng excitedly followed, full of interest. But your cultivation is a little low. Tan hesitated slightly. You're here. Xie Danfeng was full of trust. Of course. Tan was very pleased with himself. He nodded repeatedly. He actually stopped asking and even felt proud of himself. I'm so omnipotent in my wife's eyes, ha ha ha. It had to be said that this male and female were really a perfect match. When the man wanted to commit murder and arson, not only did the woman not stop him or worry, she even cheerfully came up with ideas, actively participated, and enthusiastically carried them out. The woman's cultivation was not high, but the man was not worried. After being praised, he immediately became full of confidence and firmly believed that he was the best. After a rough plan, the husband and wife went straight to the Lan clan excitedly with an eager and happy mood, as if they were on a tour. Of course, Ning Tinya did not know about Tan Tan's ruckus. He would never have thought that the people who came to receive the Grand Duke of the Lan clan had all died on the way. Ning Tianya was destined to make a wasted trip this time, and he was still hurrying on the way, thinking, what if the Lan clan comes? Should I kill them or not? Kill them? How should I kill them? 3 days. Duke Yu was dressed in a green robe. His footsteps were light as he walked out of the bamboo forest in a carefree manner. Behind him was a worried June Lulu. Do you have to go? The woman asked softly. Yes, the Tribulation Swordmaster is related to the future of our clan. As the only living bloodline of our clan, I have to give an explanation to the elder ancestor. And this time, whether I can help or whether I can find an opportunity is crucial. Otherwise, I won't be able to speak in the future. The man comforted her warmly. Then take care. The woman seemed to want to say something, but in the end, it turned into a word of advice. Don't worry. No matter whether this matter succeeds or not, I will come back immediately and spend the rest of my life with you. The man's usual cold and arrogant killing intent disappeared without a trace. There was only a tranquil gentleness on his face. The prosperity of the clan is finally not as good as spending the rest of my life with you. I will try my best, but if it really doesn't work, although I will feel regretful, I will also be relieved. He smiled gently. Flowers bloom and fall in the valley. Who says that they have no regrets in life? But I'd rather let other things become a matter of regret than let you and me become a matter of regret. The woman's eyes were bright with happiness. She lowered her head and said softly, I will wait for you to come back. She lowered her head and looked at her stomach, her eyes full of gentleness. The man hugged her waist gently. I'm going. Okay. Duke Yu laughed, his green robe fluttering. He flew into the air, and in a flash he was hundreds of feet away. A clear and melodious voice came from afar. I am the king of the 8 barren lands, and I am the king of all rivers and mountains. Don't worry. I have received all the inheritances and opened up my bloodline. Even if there is someone stronger than me, there is no one in this world who can kill me. Wait for me. I will be back soon. I will wait for you. June Lulu looked into the distance. There is one thing you don't know. What is waiting for you is not just myself. There is also your child, with your temper. If I tell you, you will definitely not go. You will definitely stay with me. But if you miss this opportunity, you will inevitably regret it for the rest of your life. I would rather you be disappointed after adventuring and return to me with nothing. I don't want you to have a lifetime of regret for me. Gu Duxing looked at his brothers. Everyone was ready to go. Only Mo Tianji was still motionless. He lowered his head and was thinking about something. He carefully went through his plan in his heart again. Every step. How to go, what will happen, how to deal with it, whether it will work. If the other party is tough, what will happen? If the other party has a certain temper, what will happen if I am a member of a big clan with 10,000 years of accumulation? What kind of mentality will I have? And what will I be most afraid of with this mentality? Just to rush up to the upper 3 heavens. Mo Tianji had prepared hundreds of plans in his heart. Now, every plan and every possibility flowed through his heart. He only waited until he was sure that no matter how it developed, it would be foolproof. Finally, he stood up and nodded. He said indifferently, start the disguise now. Use the medicine to hide your aura. Then practice the harsh drill. Whoever reveals a flaw will pretend to be a corpse. GMO and Luo Kudi's faces turned bitter at the same time. Gu Duxing held back his laughter and seriously began to arrange. Mo Tianji began to take out a golden copper coin. His face was solemn as he began to divine. At the same time, he immediately activated the Mastering the World divine technique. He wanted to break through the fog of confusion and ask the heavenly secrets. Although the plan had been set, it was only the wisdom of humans. It was not the planning of the heavenly secrets. Therefore, Mo Tianji wanted to combine the heavenly secrets with the heavenly secrets to create the greatest luck for himself and the others. Once again, he strengthened his plan to enter the upper 3 heavens with 300% certainty. For Mo Tianji, the more dangerous the matter was, the more he had to plan before acting. The more he had to grasp it. 100% certainty was a little low. Who knew what the heavens would give him? What accidents would happen on the way? 300%. Only then would he be able to eliminate all of these possibilities. Only by having a higher chance of success would he be truly foolproof. Therefore, Mo Tianji's ideal state of certainty was 100% certainty. Mo Tianji's level of caution could be taken as an example. With Gu Duxing's current cultivation as a second-grade sword supremacy, Mo Tianji even prepared medicine for him. In case his mood was affected and he was unable to move, he would be taken advantage of by the other party. Therefore, this medicine was to calm the mind and prevent inner demons. At that time, Gu Duxing's cold and expressionless face was completely distorted by Mo Tianji's worry. That night, the brothers set off in a mighty manner. After Mo Tianji carefully predicted the heavenly secrets, the passage he chose was coincidentally the one guarded by the Lan clan, because the divination showed that there would be no disasters or difficulties on the way from here. The journey would be smooth and there would be almost no obstacles. Furthermore, the crepe myrtle illuminated the top. Under such a divination, Mo Tianji actually frowned and muttered to himself, "Almost no obstacles means that there will still be obstacles. With obstacles, there will be accidents. With accidents, there will be danger. With danger, there will be a possibility that all our previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, we still cannot be the least bit careless. We must strive for perfection." Especially GMO and Luo Kadi, who did not hesitate to mute them at the crucial moment. The brothers were on guard as they moved forward. Along the way, everyone was forced by Mo Tianji to transmit messages to him and recite the 10 rules of the heavens that Mo Tianji had personally formulated. The brothers all missed Chuyang very much. Indeed, under Mo Tianji's strict watch and strict requirements, everyone was too tired and had no joy in life. "Boss, quickly come and save us." That goddamned Mo Tianji even quantified the time we spend eating, drinking, shitting, and dating. This isn't like the daily life of a human. It's just a few steps to the upper 3 heavens, and it's already 10 rules. Can you imagine anything else? After snatching the monthly votes on the 31st, my spirit continued to be high. I could not sleep at all. I woke up in a daze for 1 or 2 hours. Then I sat in a daze for a while before falling asleep. I was so sleepy that my head was swollen and aching. But I could not sleep even after taking tranquilizers. I tossed and turned until 18 p.m. on the 1st. Then I finally felt sleepy. I quickly lay down and slept until 5:30 p.m. today. I still want to sleep. After posting this, I will continue to sleep. One more thing. On the 4th of January at 8 p.m. on the 426343 Proud World channel, we will celebrate the achievements of our proud world for the past year. I will deliberately go and shout a few times. This is a good day, 201314. What a good day. I love you all my life. Cough, cough. Actually, I am really embarrassed. I will hurry and prepare. When the time comes, I will have to sing until I am hoarse. Therefore, I have been eating golden voices for the past few days. Cough, there is one more thing. Tomorrow is my father's birthday. I will take a day off. May your majesties approve. Thank you. I will not open another chapter. To be continued. Chapter 1338. Chuyang flew all the way south. He finally knew that many people on the streets were hurrying north to participate in the battle to destroy the Li clan. It turned out that the Dharma Supreme had already issued the order to destroy the Li clan. Chu Yang was of course interested in destroying the Li clan, but he felt that his priority now was to meet his brothers and go to the lower three heavens. As for the Li clan, he would go there when he was free. Chu Yang naturally didn't know that when he set off, many people had already set off and were hurrying on their way. For example, Tan Tan, Duke Wei, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, and the others. Chu Yang flew. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Chu Yang suddenly realized that on the main road ahead, there was a troop of cavalry coming towards him. At the head of the troop, a horse carriage was speeding towards him. Chu Yang dodged to the side of the road. The troop of cavalry whizzed past. When the horse carriage passed by Chu Yang, the curtain of the carriage was coincidentally opened by a slit. Two pairs of eyes met with Chu Yang's. Both of them looked stunned at the same time. Then they heard an order. Stop! In the troop of the Zhuge clan heading north, Diwu Qingru sat in the horse carriage with a calm expression. He didn't know why the Dharma Supreme wanted him to command, nor did he know what had happened, but he still cherished this opportunity very much. So he came. On the way to the northwest, Diwu Qingru felt a little regretful, because the tribulation sword fragment had appeared. The heavenly passage had opened. In fact, what Diwu Qingru wanted to do the most was to use this time to carefully analyze every single person who passed through the heavens and find out every single tribulation. He wanted to slowly verify his speculations. That would be the greatest thrill. And Diwu Qingru had already made all the preparations. Only by knowing the true identity of tribulation could he raise conditions with the tribulation swordmaster and stand on equal footing. Regarding this, Diwu Qingru had planned for a long time, but he never expected that the Dharma Supreme would transfer him away from the south with just one order, traveling day and night to the north to become the commander-in-chief of the 8 superclans and the law enforcement officers. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in one step. Diwu Qingru was confident that as long as he commanded well, this victory would definitely be a beautiful one. His achievements would definitely be huge. Moreover, it was possible to lay the foundation for the prosperity of the Diwu family. To him, this was also a heaven-sent opportunity. Bear paw and fish. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. However, Diwu Qingru immediately made a choice to believe in the Dharma Supreme. Because the Dharma Supreme status was worlds apart from his, the Dharma Supreme had no reason to play tricks on him. All of this was real. However, to him, the judgment tribulation was still a little vague. Moreover, that Calamity Swordmaster was definitely not easy to deal with. However, on the Dharma Supreme's side, but it had already been confirmed. Diwu Qingru heaved a long sigh. She subconsciously felt that the carriage was a little stuffy, so she lifted the curtain a little. Who would have thought that as soon as he lifted the curtain, a figure by the roadside would meet his eyes? In that instant, both of them had the same feeling. No way, right? What a coincidence. Where are you going? I'm going to the northwest. What for? Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces. What about you? Where are you going? I'll go to the southwest. What for? For fun. The two smiled meaningfully at the same time. Chu Yang smiled. I actually miss the lower 3 heavens. Diwu Qingru nodded. Same here. Looks like there's going to be a battle like this again. Chu Yang tilted his head, somewhat intrigued. Yes, I'm afraid it's inevitable. Diwu Qingru smiled warmly. It's a little tiring to fight with you. Chu Yang laughed. So, you'll have a new opponent. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to succeed in this trip to the northwest. I'm looking forward to my new opponent. Diwu Qingru smiled. The two of them cupped their hands and bade farewell. It's a deal. We'll meet again. Diwu Qingru got into the carriage with a smile and sat down. Suddenly, he felt relaxed and an indescribable joy. The bodyguards around them had been guarding nervously all the way until Chu Yang's figure disappeared into the horizon. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. That person just now, that indescribable domineering aura and that sharp sword intent made everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that he had finally left, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the group, 2 black-robed men exhaled softly and slowly dispersed the cultivation that they had gathered. The bodyguards outside the carriage could faintly hear Du Qing mumbling something in the carriage. They couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The luckiest thing in my life is to meet such a talent, to be able to obtain the will of a man. I'll be happy to be buried in the mountains, Du Qing mumbled. If I can use the earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces, I'll be able to maneuver freely and fight with you. I'll be able to display all that I've learned in this life. At the same time, on the road to the south, Chu Yang had a smile on his face. He thought to himself, one can control the heavenly secrets in his hands. One can also be gentle in his conquest. One has a strategy in his mind. One can plan for 10,000 miles. Mo Tianji, Du Qingro, it's up to you. As he thought about it, he became a little excited. The conquest of the upper 3 heavens was finally about to begin. His unexpected meeting with Du Qingro was just a few words. But in these few words, Du Qingro revealed too much information to him. The commander of the Allied forces in this trip to the northwest. What Allied forces? Why is Du Qingro the commander? What's so good about him? Who's the mastermind behind all this? What will Du Qingro get from this battle? What will he do after he gets it? Why did he do all this? All these questions were given clear answers to Chu Yang in these few words. Chu Yang wasn't stupid. He naturally understood everything. But now that Mo Tianji was here, Chu Yang followed the principle of slacking off whenever he could. Of course, he wouldn't stand up and fight with Du Qingro for anything. When the time came, it would be Mo Tianji's turn to have a headache. With this thought, Minister Chu's body became even more relaxed. The next morning, he had already crossed the territory of the Zhuge clan and reached the territory of the Lan clan. He was only dozens of miles away from the headquarters of the Lan clan, Tianlan City. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks because he suddenly saw black smoke billowing in Tianlan City. It had already filled half of the sky. What had happened? Could it be that the Lan clan? Chu Yang thought of this. He sped up and rushed over. Tianlan City. The Lan clan. The Lan clan had dominated Tianlan City for 10,000 years. Here, the Lan clan was the master. In the past, no one had ever dared to create any trouble in Tianlan City. Everyone also believed that even in the future, no one would dare to create trouble in Tianlan City. In the morning, a man and a woman followed the surging crowd on the streets in the heart of the city and walked casually to the majestic and lofty gate of the Lan clan that looked like it was going to rule the world. The 2 of them looked around as they walked. Just like that, 2 bumpkins from the countryside suddenly came to the biggest city in the world. It was too much for the eyes to take in. It was so dazzling, the man kept saying, "Wow, what the heck? Wow, what the heck? Wow, what the heck?" Such amazement. The woman kept saying, "Wow, wow, look at this. Wow, wow, look at that. Wow, wow." The 2 warriors guarding the gate of the Lan clan looked at the man and woman with interest. They couldn't help but laugh. They had seen many bumpkins, but it was really their first time seeing bumpkins so openly and without hiding anything. Then they saw the 2 of them actually sticking their heads out and walking toward the gate of the Lan clan. They couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that these 2 bumpkins actually wanted to enter the Lan clan to take a look? "What is this place? It's so beautiful," the woman said. "Let's go in and take a look." The man was in high spirits. He raised his head and pulled the woman into the Lan clan. What the heck? They really wanted to come in. The 2 guards were instantly at a loss. Especially after the man raised his head, The two of them saw his face clearly. Instantly, the two of them were shocked. So, there really is such an ugly person in this world. Stop! The two guards stretched out their hands to stop them. Where do you think this is? You think you can enter just because you want to? How dare you? These two people were, of course, Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng. Tan Tan raised his head. Why are we not allowed to enter? Didn't a few people go in just now? Why are we not allowed to enter when we're here? Is it because I'm too handsome? Are you afraid that I'll go in and seduce the pretty ladies? Then he made up his mind and said, Don't worry. I will definitely not do that. He said it resolutely and decisively. There was even a little regret. It was as if not being able to use his handsome looks to seduce the pretty ladies of the Lan clan was a huge loss to him. The two guards were dumbfounded in an instant. Not only was this guy ugly, his skin was actually so thick. After being stunned for a while, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. With your looks, you actually think that you're so handsome? You actually want to seduce pretty ladies? Tan Tan's face darkened. You mean I'm not good-looking? My uncle doesn't love me, and my grandmother doesn't love me? The two guards laughed and were overjoyed. Not only that. Your looks are not only unloved, but also devoid of conscience. It's intolerable. Tan Tan's face was so gloomy that it was as if water was about to drip out. You said that I look devoid of conscience and intolerable. The two guards nodded their heads vigorously. Yes. Suddenly there was a scream. Tan had already reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed his hair. The two heads collided with each other with a bang. He shouted, You look devoid of conscience. You look intolerable. Then he threw the two guards who had already fainted and rushed in furiously. I must ask what kind of upbringing this family has. They actually dared to scold me like this. If I don't get an explanation for this, I will slaughter this place. Tan, who had deliberately wanted to cause trouble, finally found a reason to fly into a rage. And this reason was so unbearable for him. If he's ugly, then so be it, but he's actually devoid of conscience. Tan was unable to restrain his anger. He rushed into the main door of the Lan clan like a gust of wind and shouted, All of you come out. Give me an explanation. Otherwise I will kill and set fire. 1, 2, 3. All right, since you don't come out, I will set fire. Chapter 1339. Tan's sudden outburst was like the detonation of a bomb in the Lan clan compound. Along the way in, the Lan clan members didn't even have time to react before they saw the main gate of the Lan clan on fire. The crackling sound of burning could be heard very clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures from all over the place swiftly flew over. What's happening? Who's so bold? Bastard. What's going on? Someone actually dares to behave atrociously in the Lan clan. Tan had excitedly knocked down more than a dozen people on the other side. He had killed his way in from the direction of the main entrance. One could see a human body spinning and flying in the air as he passed by. They couldn't help but make strange postures in the air. From afar, Master Tan could be heard shouting, Lan clan! This is too much. This is too much. Is there such a thing in this world? There's no justice in this. Someone in charge of the Lan clan, quickly come out. Otherwise, this matter won't be over. The Lan clan supreme martial artists who had just come out were so angry that their noses were crooked. You lit the main gate of the Lan clan on fire and knocked down more than a dozen people along the way. Countless people were injured and injured. How could the Lan clan be unreasonable? In the blink of an eye, swoosh, 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 more than a dozen figures landed at the same time and formed a circle, surrounding Tan, who was striding in with Xie Danfeng. They didn't even greet Tan. Instead, they swept their energy towards him like a hurricane. If it were any other time, these people might have stopped and asked, what exactly was going on? But now, someone had already come knocking on their door, and even lit the main gate. Just based on the current situation, it was already an irreconcilable feud. What was there to ask? Just fight directly and reason with your fists. Catch them. Talk about other things. Tan Tan was furious. You're all unreasonable. He didn't stop at all. With a few bangs, the 7 or 8 first-grade supreme martial artists who had just pounced on him flew out with their broken swords. Blood spurted wildly. 7 or 8 blood-colored rainbows were drawn in the air. This time, Tan Tan didn't hold back at all and directly repelled them. 7 or 8 people were all killed in one blow. The whole place suddenly quieted down. Only the fire was burning fiercely. 7 supreme martial artists were killed in one blow. Although they were only first-grade supreme martial artists, this was too frightening. At the very least, a third-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to do so. The faces of the people from the Lan family turned solemn. Who was this weirdo? How did such a person appear out of nowhere? A few of them flew up. Now that things had quieted down, the next step was to negotiate. Naturally, the most important thing was to put out the fire. Tan Tan angrily roared, "Stop! Who told you to put out the fire that I started?" He didn't make a move, but everyone could feel it clearly. With this one sentence, he was going to attack. The entire empty space clearly distorted and solidified for a moment. In that instant, it was so substantial that it could even reflect the sunlight in the sky. The next moment, with a loud bang, the few Lan clan experts who were flying suddenly fell to the ground like stones, vibrating chi into steel. Everyone's gaze froze. This was the signature move of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. He was able to use the shocking technique of turning chi into steel. Without reaching Jizuan realm cultivation, there was no way he could use it. There was no trickery at all. Moreover, this person did not even pant after using this legendary super kung fu. Obviously, it didn't take much effort. Since that was the case, then he wasn't someone who had just reached Jizuan realm. Level, high level, or peak level. Thinking of this, everyone's legs started to spin. This time, the person who suddenly appeared to cause trouble for the Lan family was actually a Jizuan realm cultivator. Thinking of this, everyone was greatly shocked. Looking at Tan Tan's ugly face, they instantly felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. A Jizuan realm cultivator. What did it matter if he was ugly? Just by being handsome, he wouldn't die from being handsome. The fire on the main door was burning more and more fiercely. It had already started to spread to both sides of the courtyard walls. But this time, absolutely no one went to put out the fire. In this world, a Jizuan realm cultivator was equivalent to a demigod. In the absence of other Jizuan realm cultivators who would dare to go against the words of a Jizuan realm cultivator, did they want to die? Tan had his hands clasped behind his back. Then he started to walk in a circle under the encirclement of the crowd. His posture and the look in his eyes made him seem like a tyrannical tiger that was patrolling its own mountain forest. And the group he was looking at was a group of monkeys. "Why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you doing anything?" Master Tan shook his head and wagged his tail. "Why? Weren't you all quite impressive just now? You didn't even say a word when you came out and just started fighting. I thought you guys had guts." In the end, I was greatly disappointed, greatly disappointed. The so-called ambition of a person, the strength of character of a martial artist, the kind of courage that doesn't fear anything, dauntlessly moves forward, looks death in the face, laughs proudly in the coffin. Ah, where did all that courage go? Lan Yingfeng, the clan leader of the Lan family, put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He took a step forward. "Elder, I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings about today's matter. In the eyes of the Lan family's clan leader, those who had such cultivation were of course all seniors. Even though this person in front of him looked quite young, it was still the same. Who didn't know that supreme martial artists could retain their youth forever? Misunderstandings." Tan panted and sighed again. He said, "You're Shuya?" Tell me your name, position, identity. Ah, I'll see if you're qualified to talk to me. I'm Lan Ingfeng, currently the current clan leader of the Lan family. Lan Ingfeng closed his eyes, swallowed his anger, and said humbly, his family did have a low-grade supreme martial artist expert, but that was the elder ancestor. Moreover, compared to this person in front of him, it wasn't certain who was better. That was his last trump card. If he could not use it, he couldn't use it. Besides, even if he wanted to use it, he might not be able to. Tan Tan let out a faint "oh" and said, "What you mean is, you want to reason with me?" Lan Ingfeng's smile became more and more bitter. "Yes, when I just came in, why didn't you reason with me?" Tan Tan rolled his eyes and said, "Now that you see that I'm stronger than you want to reason with me?" Since I'm stronger than you, why should I reason with you?" Everyone was speechless. This sentence was really not easy to deal with. We're stronger than you. Of course, we don't need to reason with you. But when we want to reason with you, you're stronger than us. A very slow voice came and said indifferently, what this distinguished person said is right. Although it's a little hard to listen to, it's indeed the essence of this world. It's reasonable. It's worth a toast to the sentence. Reason. Actually, it will never exist. No matter if it's a supreme martial artist in the heavens or an ordinary person with no cultivation at all, the strong are respected. Among ordinary people, those who have money and power are the strong ones. They cannot reason with ordinary people at all, and can also trample on the rules that ordinary people follow. Although to our eyes these people are as frightening as turtles, however, it's undeniable that these turtles are the reason of the secular world. If a poor person steals 1 or 2 taels of silver, he can be locked up in prison, even to death. However, those who have power and influence use the same way to steal for their whole life, and no one cares. Even if someone cares, it's just a formality. Although it's unfair to everyone, such things happen all the time in the heavens. There are thousands of such things happening all the time. Among martial artists, it's even more unreasonable. Strength is reason. Being unreasonable is the privilege of the strong. There's nothing wrong with admitting this. There was a peaceful smile in this voice. However, I would like to reason with you right now. Tan Tan twisted his neck and said dispassionately, if you want to reason with me, you have to show yourself. You can't reason with me by pretending to be mysterious. That's right. Following a loud laugh, a figure in blue suddenly appeared in midair and walked down step by step, as if there was an invisible staircase for him to step on. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His face was fair without any facial hair, and he had an elegant demeanor. However, there was naturally an imposing aura between his brows. "Greetings, Elder Master." Under Lan Ingfeng's lead, the Lan clan members knelt down neatly on the ground. This man was the founder of the Lan clan, Lan Buhui. Forget it. Wait at the side. I'm going to reason with this man, so all of you must listen carefully, and also watch carefully. Lan Buhui said dispassionately, you must remember, in the future, when someone directly kicks down the Lan clan's door, all of you must reason with them at the first instant. Otherwise, they won't reason with you. Do you understand? Yes. Lan Ingfeng sighed. This matter could actually be discussed. The moment the other party had just entered was the only chance. But everyone had been muddle-headed back then. They didn't think at all that if the other party didn't have a bit of confidence and didn't have a few tricks up his sleeves, how would he dare to barge into the Lan clan and cause trouble like this? Or perhaps they had thought of it, but everyone had been blinded by the glory of 10,000 years. So much so that things had developed to the point where they couldn't back down now. They actually needed the Elder Master to step forward personally to clean up this mess. Sir, may I reason with you? Lan Buhui slowly got down. Standing in front of Tan Tan, he said with a smile. His 2 eyebrows were slanted to his temples, his eyes bright and spirited. Even when he was smiling warmly, he also had a captivating demeanor. Tan Tin gave him a strange smile. It's barely enough. Forget it. I'll reason with all of you. Lan Buhui smiled warmly. Thank you. At the same time, he was secretly alarmed. He actually couldn't see through the cultivation of this man in front of him. Looks like he'll have to deal with him carefully. Tan Tan's heart also jolted. I can't see through the cultivation of this man in front of me. I have to guard against him. Tan Tan had used the 3 Stars Divine Clan's secret technique, so Lan Buhui couldn't see through it. However, the fact that Tan Tan couldn't see through Lan Buhui was a fact. Lan Buhui's cultivation was higher than his. May I ask why you're here? Asked Lan Buhui with a smile. Tan Tan snorted. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and pointed at his own face. Look, am I handsome?